home box office.
The following program is a special presentation from Home Box Office.
Time Was, a nostalgic look at the events which have led us from the way we were to the way we are. Your host for Time Was Dick Cavett.
Good evening. In the long-term view of the history of man, a period of just 60 years is barely more than a fleeting moment, one short swing for the pendulum of time. But that one tick of the clock representing the period from the end of the First World War to the beginning of the 1980s was perhaps the most eventful moment of history that mankind has ever known. And beginning with this episode, we're going to relive those 6 decades to see just what effect they had on America and on the world. We will, of course, examine those wars and scandals and tragedies which have left their deep marks on the image of America. But just as important, we'll look back with fondness on those wonderful moments that have helped shape America and Americans into something unique in the history of the world. We will, for instance, visit the nightclubs of Harlem when jazz was king. We will watch with wonder as a moving picture sings and talks for the first time. We'll cheer for Babe Ruth, we'll cry for Lou Gehrig, and swoon for Frankie and Elvis and the Beatles. We'll land in Paris with Charles Lindbergh. We'll land on the moon with Neil Armstrong. So you can see it's going to be a nostalgic trip, and if you notice a character who occasionally seems out of place, it will only be me, your escort on a tour through the thickets of history. Our first stop is going to be the 1920s. The 1920s, they called it the Roaring Twenties, the decade of jazz and flappers and bootleg booze and ballyhoo and boom, and finally, bust. Everything about that decade seemed to be bigger than life. And certainly nothing that happened in the 20s affected our lives more than one thing: the motor car. Old Henry Ford could put you into one of these beauties for as little as $300, and your choice of colors ranged all the way from black to black. Before the 20s, there were fewer than 7 million automobiles in the entire nation. But by using something he called an assembly line, Ford was soon able to mass-produce cars by the millions. The square, black Model Ts became as common as tassels on a flapper's chemise. By decade's end, a family that didn't own a car became something of an oddity. A survey in one town showed that 3 times as many families owned cars as had bathtubs in their homes. The automobile soon became America's biggest business, the moving symbol of the 1920s great prosperity. By mid-decade, Henry Ford was turning loose hundreds of cars like this every day, black and shiny and ready to go. Before long, streets and roads built for horses and wagons became jammed by a mass of roaring gas buggies. And Ford was not alone. Model Ts were soon bending fenders with Chevys and Packards and Oldsmobiles, with Pierce Arrows and Stutz torpedoes, with Lincoln Bromes and Cadillac Phaetons, and with imports like the Hispano Suiza and Mercedes-Benz and Minerva Landaulet. America was car crazy, and the economy zoomed. Even the cars that died in action added to the boom. Junk and scrap and salvage became big businesses of their own. And the auto graveyards that littered the outskirts of American cities became rusting monuments that the decades have not erased. The millions of gallons of whitewash used to mark the highways set off a boom in the paint industry. The nation's economy soon reached the highest point in its history. The old captains of industry were now becoming giants, leaving new footprints on the road to wealth and power. Unbelievable fortunes were being amassed by men like Ford, J.P. Morgan, E.I. DuPont, John D. Rockefeller, Andrew Mellon, and a dozen others. Some of the nation's prosperity even filtered down to the common man. Employment reached an all-time high, and even factory workers were buying shares in the nation's booming corporations. Taking its lead from Henry Ford, American industry had geared up for mass production. Marvels like electric refrigerators and stoves and sewing machines and phonographs could now be produced by the millions. All the giants of industry had to do was find a way to make them be purchased by the millions, and the way was soon discovered. The age of mass production gave birth to the age of mass advertising. $1 billion a year was spent convincing folks how much they needed the new products. And with monthly payments so low, why bother printing the full price? Playing on every human emotion from greed and fear to sex and snobbery, the advertising men soon turned novelties into necessities. Afraid you might end up an old maid? Use our mouthwash. Want to impress your friends? Let us redo your bathroom. Want to attract men? Wear our stockings. Want to attract women? Take our bodybuilding course. The advertising men soon learned that almost any claim, no matter how outrageous, seemed to work. People wanted to believe. When they believed, they bought. With America on its greatest shopping spree, no one gave much thought to a little gadget that was soon to become the most effective sales weapon the world had ever known. They called it radio. The nation's first radio station, KDKA, in Pittsburgh. On November 2nd, 1920, KDKA went on the air with the results of the Harding-Cox presidential election. It was radio's first program, and broadcasting's first coverage of a special event. Women listened with particular interest. It was the first presidential election in which they could vote.
Harding has collected more than 16 million votes against some 9 million for the Democrats. We'll give you the state vote in just a moment.
The result was astounding. Radio didn't grow, it exploded. When KDKA first went on the air, there were perhaps 5,000 receivers in the entire nation. Just 18 months later, there were 220 stations on the air, and 3 million families had radios. It didn't take the mass merchandisers long to realize the potential. In 1922, the New York station WEAF broadcast the first commercially sponsored program. Soon, the airwaves were filled with commercials, and radio continued its explosive growth. In just 5 years, the radio audience grew from 5,000 listeners to 50 million. The lure of radio was just too great to resist. If America was a nation on the air in the 1920s, it was also a nation in the air. The great boom in aviation in the 1920s actually began here, on the airfields of France, during World War I. At first, it was not very sophisticated. Precision bombing was still another war away, and the first so-called dogfights were conducted with all the formal courtesies of a duel between gentlemen of 100 years earlier. But the ugly realities of war soon put an end to all that. Germany's Baron von Richthofen, the so-called Red Baron, shot down more than 80 Allied flyers. And American aces like Captain Eddie Rickenbacker were almost as effective against the German pilots. Thousands of America's young men learned to fly during this war. And when it ended, those who survived had a special skill that had almost no practical value. There was no one left to shoot down. What else can you do with an airplane? One answer came from the development of an aerial circus called barnstorming. Thousands of surplus military planes were sold for as little as $300 each. And the surplus Army flyers would try to make a living by putting on aerobatic performances for whatever crowds they could muster. The riskier the shows, the bigger the crowds. So the aerial circuses often turned into aerial insanity.
If I slip, I'm grateful for a pleasant trip. I pick myself up, dust myself off, and start all over again. I'll work like a soul inspired till the battle of the day is won. Oh, I am sick and tired. I will stick till the job is done. When I remember the famous men who had to fall to rise again, I take a deep breath, pick myself up, dust myself off, and start all over again. Nothing's impossible, I have found, for when my chin is on the ground, I pick myself up, dust myself off, and start all over again.
Before too long, however, a way was found to put at least some of this skill and courage to a more practical use. On July 1st, 1919, President Woodrow Wilson was on hand as the first experimental airmail service was begun between New York and Chicago. In 1921, Congress expanded the experiment, and hundreds of barnstormers leapt at the chance to make a steady living in the air. But the early airmail service turned out to be just about as dangerous as stunt flying. Of the first 40 pilots to fly the mail from New York to Chicago, 31 were killed in crashes. Nonetheless, the experiment continued. In 1925, Congress approved the Kelly Act, making airmail a regular service. Soon, for the price of one thin dime, a letter mailed in New York could arrive in San Francisco the next day. But the danger was still there, and airmail pilots soon achieved the folk hero status of their predecessors from the century before, the riders of the Pony Express. But no hero of either service was ever to capture the imagination of the public the way a 25-year-old airmail pilot from Minnesota did in 1927. They called him Slim, and he flew into history in this tiny monoplane he called the Spirit of St. Louis. Before making his epic flight, Charles Augustus Lindbergh flew the mail from St. Louis to Chicago for $81 a week. He picked up a little extra on weekends barnstorming at county fairs. Just about every barnstormer in those days was aware of the standing offer of $25,000 in prize money for the first non-stop flight from New York to Paris. But not many thought it could be done. Slim thought it could. He got the backing of a St. Louis newspaper and some local businessmen and brought the Spirit of St. Louis to Roosevelt Field on Long Island. At 7:52 on the morning of May 20th, his plane, overburdened with 451 gallons of gasoline, plus a few gallons of coffee and some sandwiches, Lindbergh prepared for takeoff into the overcast skies. Paris was 3,610 miles away. His ground crew doubted that he'd even get off the ground. And if he did, a storm of snow and sleet was directly in his path. Nothing stopped him, and the newspapers changed their nickname for him from the Flying Fool to Lucky Lindy.
Lucky Lindy, up in the sky, fair or windy, he's flying high. Fearless, fearless, knows every cloud. The kind of a sun makes some others feel proud. Lucky Lindy rides all alone in a little plane all his own. Lucky Lindy shows them the way, and he's the hero of them all.
100,000 Frenchmen cheered his arrival at Le Bourget airfield outside Paris. In one 33-and-a-half-hour day, Lindbergh had become the world's greatest hero. And his welcome back to America made his Paris reception look like a small private party. Not a taxpayer complained when President Calvin Coolidge sent a U.S. Navy cruiser to France for the sole purpose of bringing Lindy home. And then, New York City gave Lindy the greatest hero's welcome the world had ever seen. It cost the city $71,000 to stage this ride down Broadway. And after it was over, the street cleaning department had to pick up and somehow get rid of 1,800 tons of confetti and ticker tape. But to the Americans of 1927, it was all worth it. Up to this point, the decade of the 20's had produced an almost unbroken string of headline-making crime and scandal. In an age of boom and ballyhoo, America's self-image had hit its cynical low point. And along came Lindy. The skinny, modest kid was obviously a real hero, not someone manufactured by a Madison Avenue publicity man. And by adoring Lindy, the average man was somehow able to think a little bit better of himself. President Coolidge topped it all off by presenting Lindbergh with the Congressional Medal of Honor, the Distinguished Flying Cross, and by making him a colonel in the Army.
I bestow the Distinguished Flying Cross upon Colonel Charles A. Lindbergh.
Not too bad for a kid who was making $81 a week as an airmail pilot just a few weeks before. Even before Lindbergh's flight, America's interest in trying to find practical ways to use the airplane was beginning to grow. The Army showed almost no interest in the airplane as a weapon, but the Navy made several experiments. The Navy's major interest was centered on lighter-than-air dirigibles. Many experts felt that blimps would make perfect observation platforms for tracking enemy ships and submarines. But a series of disasters involving these airships dampened the enthusiasm of both the Navy and the public. In 1925, the breakup of the dirigible Shenandoah over Ohio caused the death of 14 crewmen. The incident made national headlines and spawned a new wave of negative sentiment toward military air power. And a few years later, the public was shocked by these scenes of two Navy crewmen falling to their death from a mooring line on the Navy dirigible Akron. Even after these disasters, one voice still cried out for the development of our military air power. It belonged to Billy Mitchell, General William L. Mitchell, an Army flying officer who believed that the airplane could be America's greatest weapon in time of war. When Mitchell couldn't convince his fellow Army officers, he took matters into his own hands. Using old warships, including battleships, Mitchell trained a group of flyers under his command in the technique of precision bombing. While high-ranking observers looked on, including military advisors from foreign powers, Mitchell began his attack. The results were devastating. Virtually all the warships were destroyed or left sinking. Several of the foreign observers were awed by the exhibition. They raced home to begin building strong air forces. But American leaders dismissed the test as a stunt, a gimmick. After all, America had just won the war to end all wars, and they couldn't believe that another might be on the horizon. A special board set up by President Coolidge to consider the possibility of organizing a separate U.S. Air Force reported it did not believe that, quote, air power as an arm of national defense has demonstrated its value. Billy Mitchell was livid. He was finally court-martialed after taking his case directly to the public in a series of articles published in the Saturday Evening Post. Embarrassed, the Army had ordered Mitchell to keep his opinions to himself, but Mitchell continued to speak out. In a trial that lasted 7 weeks, Mitchell was found guilty of insubordination and was suspended from the Army for 5 years. 2 weeks later, he resigned in disgrace. Almost 20 years later, during World War II, nearly all of Mitchell's predictions would prove to be accurate. Despite the setbacks to military air power, Lindbergh's triumph touched off a new wave of interest in commercial aviation. In less than 1 year after his flight to Paris, the number of Americans buying tickets to fly as passengers in airplanes increased 4 times. The message was not lost on the profit-minded moguls of the 20s. 3-engine planes, they called them trimotors, soon appeared on the scene. The trimotors could carry 15 to 20 passengers on non-stop flights of up to 300 miles. And soon, America had a new form of transportation, the airline. In 1928, a small company called Pan American began its first international air service, Key West, Florida, to Havana, Cuba, for $50. Soon, flying became the in way to travel. The parents and grandparents of today's jet-setters climbed aboard those rickety trimotors, and the newly formed airlines tried to make them as comfortable as possible. Formally attired stewards strode the aisles past lightweight wicker seats, giving to nervous passengers a figure of authority. But this being the flapper age, the airlines soon found that passengers preferred to be served by lovely young ladies. They were called stewardesses. And trying to combine the theme of air travel with the fashions of the day, the airlines dressed the girls in uniforms that made them look something like a cross between Clara Bow and Baron von Richthofen. No matter, air travel kept growing. And on July 8, 1929, the first regularly scheduled coast-to-coast passenger air service was begun. The first flight was christened by movie star Mary Pickford and was piloted by none other than Colonel Charles Lindbergh. Just 48 hours later, traveling by air in the daylight and by train at night, the passengers would arrive in New York. While some Americans spent their lives up in the air during the 20s, millions of others just concentrated on getting high. The decade was just 16 days old when Prohibition became the law of the land. The 18th Amendment to the Constitution, we called it the Volstead Act, told us that if we bought or sold or owned or drank 1 drop of intoxicating liquor, we were subject to federal arrest. The roaring 20s were yet to roar. It all began with a dry whimper. Not that drinking stopped with Prohibition, it just became more fun. A knock on the door of a mysterious speakeasy, a whispered "Joe sent me," and pretty soon, Prohibition didn't seem so bad after all. During the height of Prohibition, there were an estimated 50,000 illegal speakeasies operating in New York City alone. As writer H.L. Mencken put it, a visit to a speakeasy became not a crime, but a sort of national sport. Soon, more people were drinking than ever before. The classier speakeasies became the places to be seen in. And nothing in Manhattan was more glittering than the speakeasies run by a brash blonde from Waco, Texas, named Mary Louise Cecilia Guinan. Everybody called her Texas, and she called everybody sucker. Texas had a loud, brassy voice that could slice right through the continual uproar in her saloons. Customers loved it, and so did Texas Guinan. Why shouldn't she? They coughed up $25 apiece just to get in, and then another $25 for a bottle of whiskey that was probably diluted with anything from water to hair tonic to God knows what. The customer certainly didn't, and he really didn't want to. Despite the new law, barrels of booze and beer rolled into the dry nation at an increasing rate. The docks in nearby ports outside the United States became jammed with millions of gallons of bootleg liquor. Thousands of private boats became rum runners, and they were joined by convoys of trucks carrying whiskey into the country from Canada and Mexico. Federal agents were able to stop a bit of it, but it was really a hopeless job. Fewer than 2,000 agents had to patrol the nation's 18,000 miles of coastline and borders. In the end, they were able to stop only 5% of the illegal booze from entering the country. Even those who were arrested usually were punished with not much more than a fine. With that, corruption in high places was rampant. And in the days of Prohibition, no place was more corrupt than Chicago. Crime was nothing new to Chicago, but the explosion of violence that occurred during the 20s was later described as, quote, the worst outbreak of urban criminal violence in the history of the world. During the gang warfare of the decade, well over 5,000 racketeers shot each other down or blew each other up, most of the time on busy streets in broad daylight. A man named Johnny Torrio was already a leader of Chicago's underworld when Prohibition began. Realizing he'd need some help, Torrio sent for a bright young kid named Al, whom he knew from New York. It turned out to be one of the best decisions in the history of personnel management. The kid arrived, and Torrio gave him some respectable-looking business cards that read, Alphonse Capone, second-hand furniture dealer. Within a few weeks, furniture dealer Capone rounded up a sales force of 700 men, all of them experts with Tommy guns or sawed-off shotguns. It was one hell of a sales force, but in Chicago in those days, it was almost a necessity. After all, the competition was a bunch of guys who had no necks and went by names out of a bad movie. Guys like Gimpy O'Banion and Bugs Moran and Machine Gun McGurn and Little Jaime Weiss and Polak Joe Saltis. The main competition came from Gimpy O'Banion, a one-time altar boy who controlled all the speakeasies on Chicago's north side. Capone and Torrio had the south side. O'Banion's front was a florist shop, and he got rich supplying flowers for gangsters' funerals. He also supplied a few of the bodies. It was a nice life for O'Banion, but it all came to a violent end one day when a couple of hoods gunned him down in his own store. O'Banion would have loved his own funeral. $100,000 worth of flowers covered or surrounded his $10,000 casket. And 20,000 friends showed up to mourn. Al Capone and Johnny Torrio were among those paying their respects. Like almost every other Chicago gang killing, no one was ever convicted of O'Banion's murder. The police questioned Capone, but he was quickly released for lack of evidence. All I know, Capone told the cops, is that somehow the man's head got separated from his hat. With O'Banion out of the way and Torrio retired to a Mediterranean pasta farm, There wasn't much to slow down Alphonse Capone's second-hand furniture business. He soon controlled all of Chicago and most of Illinois. He owned mayors and governors and police departments. He controlled most of the bootlegging from Canada to Florida. Capone's biggest headache now was a rival gang leader named Bugs Moran. Bugs had been a close pal of Gimpy O'Banion and never forgave Capone for what happened to O'Banion. What happened next is still mostly conjecture some half-century later, but it probably went something like this. Capone told his #1 gunslinger, lovingly known as Machine Gun Jack McGurn, to get Bugs off his back. McGurn complied with the decade's most outstanding example of creative gunmanship. Dressing himself and some friends in phony police uniforms, McGurn caught the Moran gang awaiting a shipment of bootleg whiskey in a Chicago garage. They lined up Moran's 7 top men against a brick wall and opened fire with their Tommy guns. It was St. Valentine's Day, 1929. There were no survivors, and of course, no arrests. Bugs Moran never bothered Capone again, but the St. Valentine's Day massacre shocked the nation. In Congress, it was suggested that the Marines be sent to Chicago to reestablish law and order. But that never happened, and Capone continued to lead the good life. And why not? At the height of his career, Capone's income for 1 year looked something like this. Bootlegging and speakeasies, 60 million. Gambling, 25 million. Prostitution, 10 million. Assorted rackets, 10 million. Total income for 1 year, $105 million. 7 years before, when he started in Chicago, Capone was making $75 a week. Unfortunately for Al, the government finally noticed that he forgot to pay any income tax on all those millions. And so the man who most likely ordered the deaths of some 500 people was sent to jail on 6 counts of income tax evasion. He died a decade later, a sick and broken man. The saga of Al Capone was not an isolated incident. The 1920s were filled with sensational crimes and trials. Perhaps the most significant concerned not murder or corruption, but a misdemeanor with a fine of $100 at stake. Even the location was obscure, the drowsy town of Dayton, Tennessee. 24-year-old schoolteacher John T. Scopes was indicted for teaching his class Darwin's theory of evolution rather than the story of creation as told in the Bible. In Tennessee, that was against the law. Clarence Darrow, the greatest criminal lawyer of the decade, was called in for the defense. And the prosecution was headed by another giant, William Jennings Bryan. Bryan had been the Democratic candidate for president 3 times, and Darrow had supported him. But here they clashed in a mortal struggle in a sweltering courtroom. Bryan claimed that he had a literal belief in every word of the Bible, and Darrow's plan was to show that this was absurd. Years later, the dramatic scene was recreated in the play and then the motion picture Inherit the Wind. Although they were given different names, for the film, the words spoken by Spencer Tracy as Darrow and Frederick March as Bryan were taken from the official court records.
The Bible is a book. It's a good book, but it is not the only book. It is a revealed word of the Almighty God. Speak to the man who wrote the Bible. How do you know that God didn't speak to Charles Darwin? I know because God tells me to oppose the evil teachings of that man. Oh, God speaks to you? Yes. He tells you what is right and wrong? Yes. And you act accordingly? Yes. So you, Matthew Harrison Brady, through oratory or legislature or whatever, you pass on God's orders to the rest of the world. Well, meet the prophet from Nebraska. Is that the way of things? Is that the way of things? God tells Brady what is good. To be against Brady is to be against God. How? Each man is a free agent. Then what is Bertram Tate doing in a Hillsborough jail? Must a man go to prison because he differs with the self-appointed prophet? Extend the testaments. Let us have a book of Brady. We shall hex the Pentateuch and slip you in neatly between Numbers and Deuteronomy. Now, my friends, Your Honor, the witness, my followers, ladies and gentlemen, the witnesses. Oh, you know what I stand for. What I believe in the truth of the book of Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy.
The jury voted with Bryan, but his dignity was shattered. He died just 6 days after his ordeal on the stand. For the vast majority of Americans, those who were never involved in the great crimes and trials of the decade, it must have all seemed just a bit unreal. Ironically, many of our realities came from the world of make-believe. In the 1920s, the motion picture captured the imagination of the world, and the shining stars of the silver screen seemed to become more real than any lawyer or criminal from the pages of a newspaper. Every day and every night, virtually everywhere in the world, millions of people lined up to enter the darkened palaces of fantasy called movie theaters. Inside, for 106 minutes, we could see, later even hear, the people who made illusion a reality. Their names and their films have survived through the decades. After seeing Douglas Fairbanks as Robin Hood, 1 million girls would have given their all to be Maid Marian. And 1 million red-blooded young men would have done the same to share with Pearl White the perils of Pauline. A new breed of performer called stuntmen appeared on the scene in the 20s, adding a new dimension of thrills for moviegoers. The great screen comedians could make us laugh and cry without a single word. Men of genius like Charlie Chaplin, and Buster Keaton and Mack Sennett, and Harold Lloyd. Cecil B. DeMille, with films like The 10 Commandments, became the decade's best-known director. And the Western became the screen's most popular entertainment. Greta Garbo and John Barrymore could do a love scene that was awfully hard to forget. No man could forget the charms of a Brooklyn-born beauty named Clara Bow. They called her the It Girl, and once you saw her, you didn't have to ask what it meant. On the screen, Clara Bow soared to the pinnacle of Hollywood's dizziest heights, and off the screen, she was just as flamboyant. Her hair dyed a flaming red, Clara would speed down Sunset Boulevard in an open red sports car with 7 large chow dogs. Their fur dyed to match the color of her hair. But even Clara Bow had to take a back seat to the greatest lover who ever stepped before a Hollywood camera. His name was Rodolfo Alfonso Raffaele Pier Filiberti Valentina, but if you have trouble with that, you just call him Rudolph Valentino. In a career that lasted only 5 years, Valentino stole more hearts than St. Valentine. His long pointed sideburns and slick back hair set a style that millions of men tried to copy, but he had his own form of it that no one could match. Cast as a swashbuckling lover in exotic locations, he soon became the greatest star in all of Hollywood. When he played the Sheik, it seemed that every woman in the world wanted to crawl into his tent. A half-dozen hits followed in rapid succession, and if a man ever truly became a legend in his own time, it was Valentino. His own time, however, was tragically brief. In 1926, while visiting New York, Valentino died of complications following an emergency appendectomy. He was 31 years old. If Valentino was a figure bigger than life, his funeral was perhaps bigger than death. Spurred on by publicity agents hired by a Broadway funeral parlor, the crowd, estimated at over 50,000, lined up to view his last remains. One reporter described the scene as the gaudiest display of sopping wet mass emotion in New York City's history. Mounted policemen were forced to make repeated charges into the frenzied crowd, which threatened to overrun the funeral parlor. The line of mourners stretched for 11 blocks down Broadway. While it was death that cut short the career of Rudolph Valentino, another force was soon to cut short the careers of dozens of other Hollywood stars.
Wait a minute, you ain't heard nothing yet. Wait a minute, I tell you ain't heard nothing. You want to hear Toot Toot Tootsie? All right, hold on. Toot Toot Tootsie, goodbye. Toot Toot Tootsie, don't cry. The little choo-choo train that takes me away from you. You don't know just how sad it makes me. Kiss me to the end, damn, hey, you get over again. Watch for the mail, I'll never fail. You don't get learning and you know I'm in jail. Da-da-da, don't cry, Tootsie, don't cry. Ha! Goodbye, Tootsie, goodbye.
Suddenly, the movies could talk. The trouble was that half the stars in Hollywood couldn't. Clara Bow had a thick Brooklyn accent, and a half-dozen other red-blooded American heroes and heroines could barely speak English. And some of those who could had voices that rivaled a fingernail screeching down a dry blackboard.
Science now has really revolutionized the screen. Things out there in Hollywood are not so darn serene. All the stars are in a panic. Here's the reason why. Everyone must talk out loud or kiss the town goodbye. Lots of old-time stars are out of a job. All they do is blubber and sob ever since the movies learned to talk. And the red-hot vamp who registers cash sounds as if she's ordering hash ever since the movies learned to talk.
Some Americans in the 20s might have had trouble with the words, but the music was pure heaven. The notes floated up the Mississippi like a spring migration. They touched down on the south side of Chicago and then spread east to New York and settled in Harlem. They called it jazz.
The doc gets critics on stuff below. You needn't tell me, boy, because I know, oh, babe, when it's sleepy time downtown.
And it had such an effect on the 20s that the whole decade was soon being called the Jazz Age. Louis Armstrong, Duke Ellington, King Oliver, and a dozen other jazz immortals rose to glory in the nightclubs of Harlem, and among them perhaps the greatest torch singer of all time, Miss Bessie Smith. Suddenly, Harlem was the place to be. Night spots like the Cotton Club and Connie's Inn and the Savoy and a dozen others became the center of Manhattan's nightlife, and the sounds they gave forth were heard around the world. Even though Duke Ellington said the way to get to Harlem was to take the A train, the big spenders from Park and Fifth Avenues came in limos and cabs. It must have been well worth it. As Variety put it, from midnight until after dawn, Harlem is a seething cauldron of Nubian mirth and hilarity. The places like this, the sound of jazz mixed with a touch of bootleg hooch seemed like a sure cure for Prohibition's inhibitions. And if a flapper wanted to flap out to Charleston, what better place than Harlem? It didn't take long for the sound of jazz to filter downtown and become respectable. Paul Whiteman, leading an orchestra filled with strings and woodwinds, played his own version of jazz, and he soon became an international institution. And composer George Gershwin joined in the jazz age with a score of melodies that have become classics. No one had more hits in the 20s than George Herman Babe Ruth. And no one had more fun at it either. As much of a terror off the field as on, the Bambino would spend hours each day working off the effects of his almost nightly romp through the speakeasies. But, just like Santa Claus, the Babe never failed to deliver. In the 1927 season, at the age of 32, Ruth hit 60 home runs, a record that would stand for 34 years.
This is play 36, formation A.
In college football, the pep talk was still in full fashion. Coach Bob Zupke of Illinois.
That counts is the execution. Now we must make this play successful in order to win this game. If you run hard and carry your knees high and don't crawl and sneak around out there, you've got a good chance to win. Now give all you got. And if you're ready to go, let's hear it.
Wise up, we'll take care of it.
Come on, Gary. Let's go.
With a player like Red Grange on his team, a pep talk was a bit of an anticlimax. In 1924, Grange started as a sophomore for Illinois against a powerful team from Michigan. The opening kickoff. Grange takes the ball on his own 5-yard line and goes 95 yards for a touchdown. Illinois holds the Wolverines and takes over the ball. Grange gets the snap. 66 yards for another TD. The next time Grange gets the ball, 55 yards for a TD. Minutes later, he gets it again, 40 yards for a score. In the game's first 12 minutes, the Galloping Ghost has scored 4 long touchdowns the first 4 times he carried the ball. At the end of the first quarter, they gave him such an ovation that the start of the second was delayed for 5 minutes. Grange was so affected that for the rest of the game, he was able to score only 1 more touchdown and throw a touchdown pass. Unbelievable as it might seem, Red Grange had to share his headlines in 1924 with another football hero, and a balding middle-aged one at that. In 13 years as football coach at Notre Dame, Newt Rockne was to lose only 12 games while winning 105. Perhaps more than any other coach in history, Rockne was able to make his players believe that football wasn't everything. it was the only thing.
There's been a lot of objections to spring football, and I object to it myself because I can see where it interferes with your necking and drinking. But your folks have written in and want you to play pretty much in the afternoon, so in the evening you'd be tired enough to stay home and study. But I don't want anybody here to come out for spring football who don't want to. As a matter of fact, I don't want spring football unless you do. Now, all those in favor of coming out for spring football, those who insist on having football, insist on having Hunk and Shav and Vadish and I take charge of this spring, will all signify by saying aye.
Rockney's greatest victory came in the 1924 upset of a powerhouse team from Army. Rockney's win inspired Grantland Rice, one of the great sports writers of the 20s, to compose what is perhaps the most famous sports report ever written. In this poetic manner, Rice praised Rockney's Notre Dame backfield.
Outlined against the blue-gray October sky, the four horsemen rode again. In dramatic lore, they are known as famine, pestilence, destruction, and death. Their real names, however, are Stuhldreher, Miller, Cowley, and Layden. They form the crest of the South Bend Cyclone.
The only thing tougher than the Notre Dame backfield in the 1920s was a man they called the Manasseh Mauler. Since a year before the decade began, Jack Dempsey ruled the world's heavyweight boxing division with a devastating right hand he liked to call Iron Mike. And then, in 1926, Dempsey, Mike, and the rest of the world were shocked when a fancy fighter named Gene Tunney gave the champ a boxing lesson in Philadelphia and stole away the title. The stage was thus set for a rematch, which they called the fight of the century, and it may have been. 145,000 people jammed into the Chicago amphitheater, some of them sitting so far away that they didn't know who won when the fight ended. Another 40 million listened on the radio. 10 of them would die of heart attacks during the broadcast.
Tunney in the white trunks. A lot depends on Dempsey's legs tonight. Tunney is much faster than Dempsey. Tunney is down. Referee Dave Barry motions Dempsey to a neutral corner. Now let's take a closer look at all the action in slow motion. This is the historic long count. Dempsey lashes out like the old Manasseh Mauler. Tunney hits the canvas. The official knockdown timekeeper at ringside starts the count. But referee Dave Barry ignores him, and instead he tries to make Dempsey understand that he will not start the count until Dempsey goes to the farthest neutral corner. That's the Illinois boxing rule. Dempsey finally obeys, and then Barry starts the count. The Dempsey fans here at ringside are furious. They're claiming that Tunney was down 4 seconds before the count was started. But the Tunney fans say the count has nothing to do with it. Tunney can get up any time. He's watching the referee and listening to the count. He's staying down only because he wants to take full advantage of the count.
By the time the famous long count was over, Tunney regained his senses and went on to keep the title. All in all, the 20s was an age of exhibitionism. In events like this, it was a lot safer to watch than participate. But some people felt compelled to walk that fine line between performing and insanity. For some reason, most of the daredevils managed to survive as long as they made sure to watch that first step. While only a few of us were compelled to become daredevils in the 20s, another form of insanity would affect millions. Early in the decade, a fad called marathon dancing began to sweep the nation, for reasons that have never been clearly evident. From Manhattan to Hollywood and just about everywhere in between, masses of young Americans decided it would be fun to see how long they could dance before they would collapse. It was just as simple, just as complicated as that. With only brief rest periods, the young men and women, otherwise apparently normal, would dance for days and sometimes weeks on end to music played by rotating orchestras or scratchy phonograph records. It was a kind of duration disco. And if for some reason you felt you had to get married during a contest, well, just keep those feet moving and kiss the bride. And while millions of Americans sang and danced their way through the early 20s, a man who rarely did either was settling in as the leader of the nation. President Calvin Coolidge operated under the theory that the country was doing just fine, so why change anything? They called him Silent Cal. And while he would pose for the press now and then wearing funny costumes, his heart just didn't seem to be in it. Coolidge once told an interviewer that he kept looking hale and fit because he avoided the big problems. And this he did with consummate skill. And his term of office passed with barely a ripple of controversy. But even Silent Cal must have found it all a bit boring. In 1927, he told the nation, "I do not choose to run for president in 1928. And being a man of his few words, he didn't. And so the Republicans nominated Herbert Hoover, and running under the slogan, 4 more years of prosperity, Hoover was easily elected. On March 4th, 1929, Herbert Hoover was inaugurated as the 31st President of the United States. For the first 6 months of his administration, the 31st President handled things in much the same manner as the 30th. Business as usual, and don't rock the boat. The 7th month was October, and something strange began to happen. For the first time in virtually a decade, prices on Wall Street began to drop. There wasn't much to worry about, of course, but even so, Hoover felt he should reassure the nation. On October 25th, after a day of heavy selling, the president stated, "The fundamental business of the country is on a sound and prosperous basis." 4 days later, it wasn't. October 29, 1929, Black Tuesday. The bottom fell out of the stock market in the worst financial crash in history. Investors dumped 16 million shares, and within 3 weeks, the losses in paper profits amounted to $30 billion. At first, people couldn't believe that a decade of lavish, gaudy prosperity had come to a sudden, crashing end. Millions of words have been written about the stock market crash, but in just 5 words, the show business newspaper Variety summed it up about as well as anyone. Its headline on October 30th read simply, "Wall Street lays an egg." Really? Well, I guess... Yeah. Well, I guess you better sell. Almost overnight, America's great post-war fling came crashing with the stock market to a tragic conclusion. The Roaring 20s, the decade of giants, had come to an end. The 20s were over, and now America faced the prospect of having to pay the bill for all of its high living. That bill became due and payable in the 30s. But as we shall see on our next program, America reached into its pocket and found it empty. Until then, I'm Dick Cavett. Thank you, and good night.
program is a special presentation from Home Box Office.
Time Was, a nostalgic look at the events which have led us from the way we were to the way we are. Your host for Time Was Dick Cavett.
Good evening. In the long-term view of the history of man, a period of just 60 years is barely more than a fleeting moment, one short swing for the pendulum of time. But that one tick of the clock representing the period from the end of the First World War to the beginning of the 1980s was perhaps the most eventful moment of history that mankind has ever known. And beginning with this episode, we're going to relive those 6 decades to see just what effect they had on America and on the world. We will, of course, examine those wars and scandals and tragedies which have left their deep marks on the image of America. But just as important, we'll look back with fondness on those wonderful moments that have helped shape America and Americans into something unique in the history of the world. We will, for instance, visit the nightclubs of Harlem when jazz was king. We will watch with wonder as a moving picture sings and talks for the first time. We'll cheer for Babe Ruth, we'll cry for Lou Gehrig, and swoon for Frankie and Elvis and the Beatles. We'll land in Paris with Charles Lindbergh. We'll land on the moon with Neil Armstrong. So you can see it's going to be a nostalgic trip, and if you notice a character who occasionally seems out of place, it will only be me, your escort on a tour through the thickets of history. Our first stop is going to be the 1920s. The 1920s, they called it the Roaring 20s, the decade of jazz and flappers and bootleg booze and ballyhoo and boom, and finally, bust. Everything about that decade seemed to be bigger than life. And certainly nothing that happened in the 20s affected our lives more than one thing: the motor car. Having too little, but from having too much. While the speculative optimism of the 20s ran rampant, the nation's farms and factories produced far more goods than consumers could buy or use. And most of what they did buy was on credit, much of which was never collected. Even stocks were bought on credit. Margin, it was called. Many great fortunes were, in reality, nothing more than IOUs not backed up by cash. When the installment payments and the IOUs came due, we couldn't pay the price. With huge inventories of goods that couldn't be sold, and sold goods that weren't being paid for, thousands of businesses suddenly went broke. It was a chain reaction that cost millions of workers their jobs. A year went by, and then 2. Hoover was wrong. The worst was not over. And the president himself took the brunt of the blame. Villages like these, built of lean-tos and clapboard shacks, sprang up across the country. They were called Hoovervilles.
They used to tell me I was building a dream with peace and glory ahead. Why should I be standing in line just waiting for bread? Once I built a railroad, made it run, made it race against time. Once I built a railroad, now it's done. Brother, can you spare a dime? Once I built a tower to the sun, brick and rivet and lime. Once I built a tower, now it's done. Brother, can you spare a dime? Once in khaki suits, gee, we looked swell, full of that Yankee doodle-dum. 500,000 boots went slogging through hell, and I was the kid with a drum. Say, don't you remember they called me Al? It was Al all the time. Say, don't you remember I'm your pal? Buddy, can you spare a dime?
Hoover was well aware of the national sentiment, but he firmly believed that the way to end the Depression was to get business going again. Following this basic philosophy, in 1932, Hoover signed bills that pumped $2 million federal dollars into banks and Wall Street investment houses. The money never filtered down to the hungry and jobless millions. The president proposed spending millions more for the purpose of seed and feed for animals, but he resisted to the end the spending of any federal funds for the care and feeding of people. He denounced that as a dole and insisted it would solve nothing. The most vocal and violent demonstration against Hoover and his policies came in the summer of 1932. Some 20,000 veterans of World War I, many with their wives and children, marched on Washington to demand the early payment of a bonus they were due for their service in the war. In 1924, when prosperity was at its height, Congress had voted the bonus to veterans, but it was not to be paid until 1945. The veterans wanted it now. But Hoover said that payment would irretrievably undermine the nation's economy. The bonus army set up its own Hooverville in the swampy land just across the Potomac from Washington. It was almost like a World War I army camp. The veterans and their families stood in mess lines, pulled KP, and even had their own medics. But there was a big difference. The youthful faces of 1917 had been replaced by the desperate look of hungry, middle-aged men. And the GI tents and barracks were now cardboard boxes and packing crates. As Congress began debate on the early bonus, thousands of marchers swarmed around the Capitol. The Washington police kept a close watch on the placard-carrying marchers, but the demonstration remained peaceful. As expected, the Senate voted no. At first, when the march leaders spread the word, it was feared that violence would erupt. Most of the men were by now used to defeat. They quietly dispersed. In the next few days, most of the marchers left town, but some 8,000 others stayed on. They had no homes, no jobs, and many had moved into unused government buildings near the Capitol. The sight of the men in the buildings, plus the Hooverville across the Potomac, did not sit well with the Hoover administration. On the morning of July 28th, the Washington police received word from the highest authority: clear out the buildings. It began peacefully enough, but tempers were on edge. A push, a shove, thrown brick, and soon a riot. A policeman pulled his revolver and fired into the men. 2 fell dead. And then in marched troops from the regular army. The soldiers were personally commanded by the Chief of Staff of the United States Army, General Douglas MacArthur. His aides included a couple of officers named Eisenhower and Patton. The forces included tanks, mounted cavalrymen, and infantrymen with tear gas and fixed bayonets. The fleeing veterans were soon routed from the government buildings, and they fled across the Potomac to their camp. The army followed. The troops set fire to the paper and cardboard Hooverville. The flames glowed crimson in the skies over Washington until well past midnight. The battle was over. The army had prevailed. Said President Hoover, "A challenge to the authority of the United States government has been met." 3 months later, he was voted out of office. The attack on the bonus marchers was not one of the high points of American history, and neither were 1,000 other tragic scenes that could be seen on almost any American street corner in the 30s.
I'm no millionaire, but I'm not the type to care, 'cause I've got a pocket full of dreams.
But even though they called it the Depression, people didn't want to be depressed. the Great Depression became the Great Escape, and that little box called a radio led the way.
And the splendid contract of Fluky.
Freeman Gosden and Charles Correll, better known as Amos and Andy, were the sensation of the decade. The Amos and Andy show probably helped more people laugh their way through the 30s than any other single entertainment. Each weeknight, from 7 to 7:15, Amos and Andy went on, and everything else seemed to stop. Telephone usage dropped by 50%. Movie theaters would stop their films to broadcast the program. Amos and Andy had plenty of help in making people forget their problems. Fred Allen.
Tell me, Mr. Moody, what are your feelings about the radio?
I don't hold with it, Bub.
Displeases you?
I don't hold with furniture that talks.
Well, you have a radio.
No, I had one in the hen house.
Yeah?
One day, all the hen's nests would be empty.
Uh-huh.
Next day, every nest would have 2 eggs into it.
You mean?
The hens was listening to Double or Nothing.
Yeah. Oh.
Charlie McCarthy and a friend named Edgar Bergen.
Sunday, Bergen.
Well, I have part of the script here.
Yeah?
I'm explaining sound waves to you.
You are?
Now, when you throw a stone in a pool, what do you see going in all directions?
Frogs?
No. You saw waves.
Now, don't tell me what I saw. If they weren't frogs, I hope they croaked.
Oh, you saw waves.
I not only saw frogs, but I eat them for dinner.
Fibber McGee and Molly.
I'll give you my air raid warden's helmet, Molly.
I wouldn't know where to look for it, dearie.
Oh, I know where it is. It's right here in the hall closet.
Oh, no.
I gotta straighten out that closet one of these days.
Play the game.
Bing Crosby.
Stay away. But it costs more than I can pay. Without you, I can't make my way. I surrender, dear.
All my cares take wing.
Kate Smith.
And I live on you. Why, I'm a queen.
Al Jolson.
The flowers may bloom and the snow may fall, but just as long as I can sing it all. Oh, Mammy, why, Mammy, I'll sing about you.
Gene Autry.
Here's the cattle lowing, but it's just a bugle blowing through blue private buffalo.
Now, Mrs. Stanley.
We also like to have that little box on the living room table scare us half out of our
Had
wits.
the evening off.
If you were alone, then you must be the one that murdered Judge Stanley.
No, I didn't kill him, Inspector. I swear I didn't.
What's that?
Somebody just got out through that window.
It must be the Red Ghost. We've got to get him, dead or alive.
I would take the wealth on Wall Street.
For better or for worse, radio was not alone in bringing America a Depression-time pocket full of dreams.
Lucky me, I can live in luxury, 'cause I've got a pocket full of dreams.
But your bedroom looked something like this in the 1930s. Your pockets were filled with a lot more than just dreams. You were probably one of the people who made those dreams. And this was part of your reward, the satins and silks and lace of a Hollywood bedroom.
Hooray for Hollywood. Let's do it, bally-hooly Hollywood. Where any office boy or young mechanic can be a panic with just a good-looking pan.
And any shop girl can be a top girl if she pleases the tired businessman.
When a Hollywood producer of the 30s said that everyone went to the movies, it was more than just an idle boast. The nation's population was 127 million, and 85 million movie tickets were sold each week. That figure represents nearly 70% of the entire population going to see a movie every 7 days. And what they saw rarely, if ever, reflected real life in America. But that was no mistake. With the perfection of sound and the development of color, the movies in the 30s became America's most successful form of escape. For some reason, people always seemed to wear tuxedos as they laughed or danced or sang or sometimes shot their way through life on the silver screen. Since, for the average guy, a tuxedo had absolutely nothing to do with reality, it was a nice touch.
I don't expect to get a sucker like you every night. Don't you ever say that to me again, do you hear?
In the early part of the decade, mugs like James Cagney and Edward G. Robinson and George Raft gained wide popularity playing reasonable facsimiles of the day's real-life gangsters. But that was a problem. It was too much like real life, and the popularity of gangster films began to fade.
We want to get out of here. We want to get out of here.
We're in the money. We're in the money. We've got a lot of what it takes to get along. We're in the money.
But nothing was more popular or farther from real life than the gigantic Hollywood musicals. Fred Astaire, in a tuxedo, of course, and Ginger Rogers danced their way into America's heart. Dick Powell, Ruby Keeler sang their way into America's heart.
We can share it all beneath a ceiling of blue. We'll spend a heavenly day here where the whispering waters play.
Shirley Temple sang and danced her way into America's heart. In the 30s, America had a lot of heart.
On the sunny beach of Peppermint Bay.
But the most important figure of all in Hollywood's lavish musical days couldn't dance a step or sing a note. His name was Busby Berkeley, and he directed his way into America's heart. Using camera angles that most directors believed were impossible, and filling the giant screen with a fantasy feast of fantastically formed females, Busby Berkeley became the grand master of an entire new art form. Always enough to satisfy moviegoers, there was always a beast. And Hollywood came up with a beauty of a beast called King Kong.
Did you get the turkey?
But in the Depression, nothing succeeded like a good laugh. And for Hollywood, it was the golden age of comedy. If you liked your laughs a little on the zany side, there were always the Marx Brothers.
Around the turkey.
Well, we had no cranberries anyhow.
For Laurel and Hardy.
Then I'll count to 10, and when I take my hand...
And if you liked your laughs to be a bit more sophisticated, how about Katharine Hepburn and Cary Grant? You could tell it was sophisticated comedy because the men always wore tuxedos.
Oh, don't you stand there. Do something. Do something. Oh, my goodness. Well, get behind me.
I am behind
Well, get closer.
I can't get any closer. Now, you ready? Now, be calm. Left foot first.
All right.
The movies and their stars became so popular in the 30s that Hollywood itself became a kind of national shrine. 10,000 kids from 1,000 towns would watch a moment like this and just know that if they could get that one big break, it would be me stepping out of that limousine. For most, that big break rarely came. But in this dance hall, just a few miles from Hollywood and Vine, one kid hit it so big that a whole new language had to be devised to describe the results. His name was Benny Goodman. But within a year, 100 million people would know him as the king of swing. That night at the Palomar, Goodman changed his style from the syrupy music then in fashion to a new form called swing. The new sound took the country by storm.
It's been the music of Benny Goodman and his orchestra, playing from the bandstand at the Palomar, where the West meets to dine and dance at 2nd Street and Vermont Avenue in Los Angeles.
Spread across the land by the ever-present radio, the sound of swing breathed new life into a dozen industries. The record business, which almost died during the early Depression, was now hitting new heights. And dozens of new swing bands were playing gigs from Bangor to San Diego. Guy Lombardo, Bob Crosby, Kay Kaiser, Gene Krupa, Duke Ellington,
I'll be glad when you're dead to ask for you.
Louis Armstrong were all becoming national idols.
I took you for my friend, and you tried to drink up all my gin. You're right.
And as might be expected, the young people led the way. They talked about the swing era in a language they called jive. Now, these jitterbugs are cutting a rug because they're real alligators, and like any hep cats, they get really knocked out when Benny toots his licorice stick or Krupa beats the skins. They really get in the groove when a bunch of cats fire up a jam session and they can go trucking on down past the poor square ickies. And that's the truth. The jive talk wasn't the only new language that Americans had to learn in the 1930s. A presidential candidate named Franklin Delano Roosevelt was about to bedazzle us all with something he called the New Deal.
This is another partial reunion of the Roosevelt family. My wife is sitting next to me, and my granddaughter, Anna Roosevelt Dahl. What's our campaign slogan, Sister?
Happy days are here again.
Starting on a cross-country campaign tour, Franklin Roosevelt brought his message of happy days to a nation desperate for a ray of hope. He promised that hope to them, and they seemed to believe. One of FDR's staunchest backers was humorist Will Rogers.
You're here tonight, not as candidate Roosevelt, but just as neighbor Roosevelt from the other side of the Rocky Mountains. Here tonight, Governor, you are not allowed to refer to politics. They won't let anyone talk politics in here because this stadium was dedicated to art, sports, and any useful enterprises. Now, this introduction hasn't been very learned or very flowery, but remember, you're only a candidate. As president, I'll do right by you. Because I'm certainly wasting no oratory on a prospect.
Rogers was not wasting his time. FDR became the new president, and he brought into office with him all the trappings of authority, including his no-nonsense personal bodyguard.
I'm the President's personal bodyguard. I go where he goes. I have been with him the past 4 years while he was the governor of New York State. I want to say that anybody who has no business with him better look out. And believe me, I don't mean maybe.
Inauguration Day, March 4th, 1933. With a broken, dispirited Herbert Hoover beside him, Franklin Delano Roosevelt rode down Pennsylvania Avenue with a pocket full of dreams and a mandate to turn those dreams into a reality. On the very day that Roosevelt took office, the nation's banking system collapsed and 15 million Americans were out of work.
I, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, do solemnly swear.
The burden facing the new president seemed too great for any mortal man to bear.
And will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States, so help me God.
But his first words gave us courage.
Well, first of all, let me assert my firm belief that the only thing we have to fear is fear itself. Nameless, unreasoning, unjustified terror, which paralyzes needed effort to convert retreat into advance.
Within hours, the new president was hard at work in the White House. The main policy of the Hoover administration was an attempt to curb the Depression with conservative caution. FDR sensed the answer was action, and it came like never before. New economic regulations were issued. A schedule was set for the reopening of the banks. The first of Roosevelt's so-called fireside chats was delivered to the nation, and he persuaded the Congress to legalize the sale of real beer. And that all happened in the first 10 days. Then the new administration really got to work. Within weeks, a willing Congress had approved a whole alphabet soup of new federal agencies designed to pump new life into the economy. It seemed the whole country was going alphabet crazy. WPA, NRA, CCC, FSA, PWA, TVA, all became a part of America's ABCs.
Do you know your ABCs?
Well, I pay my CODs.
Don't you ever mind your P's and Q's?
Well, I'm very, very careful of my IOUs.
Don't you ever act NG?
No, I'm right from A to Z.
Well, little Miss America, you're all okay.
Thank you, Mr. USA.
When we are M-A-R-R-I-E-D, H-A-double-B-Y will be. I'm going to be U-Y-U-C, a nice little H-O-U-S-E.
The most controversial of the new alphabet agencies was something called NRA, the National Recovery Administration. It was launched with a massive campaign for public support.
I consider it a duty of every woman to support the NRA.
With our united support, it cannot fail.
Women enjoy shopping in the NRA shop.
Folks, the entire entertainment world is back of this gigantic drive.
I regret that I have only one signature to give for my country.
The NRA's job was to regulate wages, working hours, and to some extent, prices. Despite all the ballyhoo, the NRA was later to be declared unconstitutional. More successful was an agency called WPA, the Works Progress Administration. At its peak, upwards of 5 million men and women were employed by the WPA, and it changed the face of America. It built such landmarks as the bridges over San Francisco Bay, Boulder Dam.
In the name of the people of the United States, to whom you, Boulder Dam, are a symbol of greater things in the future, and in the honored presence of guests from many nations,
I call you to life.
New York's Lincoln Tunnel. And the Triborough Bridge. The World's Fair in San Francisco. And the National Gold Depository at Fort Knox in Kentucky. And thousands of miles of new roads stretching across the country. Eleanor Roosevelt, the new First Lady, turned out to be one of FDR's greatest assets. Eleanor manned the lines in soup kitchens, greeted foreign dignitaries, spoke to the people on a regular basis in her newspaper column, My Day, and worked endlessly for charity.
Mrs. Roosevelt, it gives me great pleasure to sell you the first ticket for the Motion Picture Art Fund for German refugees.
I'm very happy to buy this ticket from you, Mr. Venne, and how much do I owe you?
Well, that's 25 cents for the one ticket.
Can you give me change for $1?
For a dollar? Well, I haven't the change with me just now, but I'll be glad to send it to you if you'll just stay in one place.
For the 1936 elections, the Republicans picked Kansas Governor Alf Landon as their candidate.
Your name, please.
Alfred M. Landon.
Alfred M. Landon, 300 West Maple.
The problem was that nobody outside of Kansas had ever heard of him. Even the precinct workers in his home district seemed a little hazy about just who he was. You're a shoo-in, Alf.
Your party affiliation?
Republican.
Republican. Landon, Alfred M., Republican.
FDR's victory was the biggest landslide in history. He and the New Deal had passed their biggest test. But for the nation and its newly re-elected president, tragic and violent days still lay ahead. The confrontation was classic, labor versus management. In one form or another, it had plagued America throughout its history. But in the mid-1930s, it reached a peak of anger and violence. In some large corporations, top executives were earning $200,000 a year, while workers were earning $1,000. Labor seemed to be helpless. And then, labor found a voice.
Until you've organized and expressed yourself, the politicians will vote for bills in Congress that lengthens the working hours, that puts in a starvation period, and abolishes the prevailing wage. That's what the politicians will do unless you make your wants and your rights known. And you can't do it unless you organize.
His name was John L. Lewis, a giant of a man who stood 6'3", quoted the Bible, and breathed fire. On December 28, 1936, just weeks after Roosevelt won re-election, Lewis called a strike against General Motors. And he started with a tactic never before seen. Instead of grabbing picket signs and marching outside the factories, Lewis had the workers sit down at their jobs and refuse to leave the building. It was called a sit-down strike, and the workers, in effect, had occupied General Motors. The tactic spread to other plants, and automobile production fell dramatically. Management was at a loss. 2 weeks later, GM took the offensive. Focusing on a Fisher body plant in Flint, Michigan, management turned off the heat in below freezing weather, and lines of policemen prevented the delivery of food to the sit-downers. A few hours later, the police attacked the plant. The battle raged for hours. By midnight, the police finally withdrew. 13 workers had been wounded, but the workers remained in control. A few days later, the National Guard was called in, but after a last-minute meeting with John L. Lewis, negotiations were finally begun. A few days later, General Motors became unionized, and John L. Lewis became a national hero, or villain, depending on your point of view. After General Motors, Lewis turned to the biggest target of all, that giant among giant corporations, United States Steel. Surprisingly, an agreement was quickly signed, and U.S. Steel became unionized without so much as a picket sign being painted. But other steel companies did not fall into line as expected. The stage was set for the decade's bloodiest union battle. Memorial Day, 1937. Some 1,500 workers and their families decide to spend the holiday by demonstrating outside the Republic Steel plant in South Chicago. 500 Chicago policemen are sent to break up the crowd. Taunts become shouts, and tempers flare. Suddenly, the policemen charge into the crowd. They begin firing at point-blank range. When the shooting stops, 10 men lie dead, and 100 more are wounded. They call it the Memorial Day Massacre. But even the violent clashes of man against man in the 1930s seemed to diminish before an angry onslaught of nature. First, it was the forces of sun and wind. In 1933, 34, 35, 36, the great American Central Plains sweltered in summertime temperatures far above normal. And the annual soothing rains never came. The fertile soil of the American breadbasket turned first to clay, then to dust. And then came the winds. Mighty dry blizzards picked up the land and turned the skies to black. The first of the tragic dust storms struck as early as 1933 in South Dakota. They called it the Great Black Blizzard, and it darkened the skies as far east as New York State. And in the years that followed, it was even worse. Before it was to end, 40 million acres of America's most productive soil would be turned into dead sand. Even before the Black Blizzard, the Farm Belt was in desperate economic trouble. And when the dust storms hit, tens of thousands were left without homes or jobs. And the Great Migration began. Thousands upon thousands of uprooted families seemed to get the same thought at the same time. Let's head to California, the Promised Land.
Over the rainbow, way up high, there's a land that I heard of once in a lullaby. Somewhere
The Promised Land was only a dream. The number of migrants reaching California approached 250,000, and the jobs weren't there. But there was nowhere else to go. And if you had to starve, it might just as well be in sunny California. Not all the disasters of 1937 were natural. On May 6th, the German dirigible Hindenburg was arriving at Lakehurst, New Jersey on the first anniversary of its transatlantic air service. The arrival also marked another historical milestone. The description of its landing by reporter Herb Morrison of WLS in Chicago was the first coast-to-coast radio broadcast in American history.
Well, here it comes, ladies and gentlemen, and what a great sight it is. It's coming down out of the sky, pointed directly towards us and toward the mooring mast, riding as though it was mighty proud of the place it's playing in the world's aviation. The ship is no doubt bustling with activity, as we can see. Orders are shouted to the crew. The passengers are probably lining the windows, looking down at the field ahead of them, getting their glimpse of the mooring mast. The back motors of the ship are just holding it just enough to keep it from... It bursts into flames. Get it started, get it started. It's crashing terrible. Oh, my, get out of the way, please. It's burning, bursting into flames, and it's falling on the mooring mast, and all the folks between us. This is terrible. This is one of the worst catastrophes in the world. Oh, it's
his feet into the sky, and it's a terrific crash, ladies and gentlemen. The smoke and the flames now, and the flame is crashing to the ground, not quite to the mooring mast. All the humanity and all the passengers screaming around it.
37 people died that night in New Jersey, and so did a pocket full of dreams about regular passenger flights across the Atlantic. Ironically, the disaster occurred almost 10 years to the day from Charles Lindbergh's first successful transatlantic solo flight. The 30s were also to bring a personal tragedy to Lindbergh himself. After his history-making flight, Lindy tried to live quietly in this Hopewell, New Jersey home. But in 1932, he was still the nation's most famous hero. And on the night of March 1st, he became the victim of the decade's most shocking crime. A German ex-convict named Bruno Richard Hauptmann was convicted of climbing into the second-story bedroom of Lindbergh's 20-month-old son and kidnapping him for $50,000 in ransom. Lindbergh paid the ransom, but 6 weeks later, the boy was found dead. The trial was a national sensation. Some of it was captured on rare courtroom sound film.
Didn't you swear to untruth to the court? Didn't you lie on the road? Time and time again, didn't you? I did not. You did not? No. All right. When you were arrested with this Lindbergh ransom money, did they ask you what about it? You did. Did you lie to them or did you tell them the truth? I said nothing to them. You lied, didn't you? I did, yes.
Although he was sentenced to death, Hauptmann continued to proclaim his innocence.
I am absolute innocent of the crime of the murder. I shall go to death as an innocent man.
A short time later, he died in the electric chair. The enormity of the Lindbergh case finally forced Congress to move against the whole range of crimes that had grown into an epidemic. With the end of Prohibition, gangsters turned from bootlegging to extortion, gambling, prostitution, kidnapping, and bank robbery. The murder rate in America became the highest in the world. The best-known gangsters had become so famous they were almost folk heroes. So Congress moved to set the stage for the emergence of a folk hero on the side of law and order. In 1932, J. Edgar Hoover was the director of a little-known branch of the Justice Department called the Division of Investigation. Among other things, it relentlessly tracked down violators of federal fish and game laws. Its agents were forbidden to carry guns. But suddenly, the job of enforcing the government's new anti-crime laws fell to Hoover and his division. It became known as the FBI, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and its agents were soon as heavily armed as the crooks they had to chase. One of the first big-time gangsters captured by Hoover was a sweetheart called Machine Gun Kelly. When he was finally cornered, Kelly shouted out, "Don't shoot, G-men, don't shoot." G-men was Kelly's nickname for government agents, and the name stuck. Soon, Hoover and his G-men were as famous as the public enemies they were after. Pretty Boy Floyd, with at least 10 murders to his credit, was gunned down by G-men on an Ohio farm. Another wanted killer, Babyface Nelson, was shot to death by agents in a rolling gun battle through the streets of Chicago. Nelson took 2 agents with him. Ma Barker, the church-going head of the nation's first family of crime, died with her son Freddie in a Florida shootout with the FBI. The conservative New York Times described the battle as being like a war. It lasted 6 hours, hundreds of rounds of machine gun fire were exchanged, and when her body was found, Ma Barker still held a machine gun in her hands. Nothing boosted Hoover's rise to glory and power like the capture of public enemy number 1, John Dillinger. Dillinger was wanted for a dozen bank robberies and as many murders, including the killings of both police officers and G-men. In April of 1934, Dillinger was trapped by G-men in this Wisconsin farmhouse. When the battle ended, 2 agents were dead and 4 others wounded. Dillinger was gone. A few weeks later, after knocking over an Indiana bank for $30,000, the cool Mr. Dillinger flew into Detroit and dropped a note to another famous American. Henry Ford, Ford Motor Company, Detroit, Michigan. Hello, old pal. Arrived here at 10 a.m. today. Would like to drop in and see you. You have a wonderful car. Been driving it for 3 weeks. It's a treat to drive one. Your slogan should be, drive a Ford and watch the other cars fall behind you. I can make any other car take a Ford's dust. Bye-bye, John Dillinger. Not only was Dillinger raising 6 kinds of hell, he was making J. Edgar Hoover look bad in the process. All stops were pulled out. On the night of July 22nd, 1934, Dillinger took the night off and went to a movie in Chicago. It was a big mistake. Tipped off by a woman called the Lady in Red, later identified as Anna Sage, federal agents led by G-man Melvin Purvis surrounded the theater. Dillinger emerged, spotted the agents, and went for his gun. This time, there was no escape. He died in a hail of government bullets. With the death of Dillinger, Hoover often turned his attention from criminals to those who might disagree with his methods. His particular targets were those he called sob-sister judges, shyster lawyers, and other legal vermin. In turn, Hoover was charged with trying to turn the FBI into an American version of Hitler's Gestapo. The controversy was to continue for another generation. In the 1930s, it seemed that cops and robbers replaced halfbacks and pitchers as America's national heroes. The decade was not without its dramatic moments in sports. One of the most poignant moments in the entire history of sports came at Yankee Stadium on July 4th, 1939. They called Lou Gehrig the Iron Man. Along with Babe Ruth, Gehrig was the heart of the Yankees' famed Murderer's Row, and he was also the most durable player in the history of baseball. By early in the 1939 season, Gehrig had played in 2,130 consecutive games, a record that has still never been matched. Early that summer, however, the Iron Man began to feel ill. And then, to the shock of millions of fans, he took himself out of the lineup. Lou Gehrig wasn't just sick, he was dying. And on Independence Day, a crowd of 60,000 fans watched with tear-filled eyes as the Iron Man said goodbye.
Today, I consider myself the luckiest man on the face of the earth. I've been given a bad break, but I've got an awful lot to live for. Thanks.
Another dramatic moment came in 1938. Adolf Hitler had been telling the world of the superiority of a pure Aryan race. And when a German named Max Schmeling had a chance to take the heavyweight title from the black American champion, the propaganda mills jumped into high gear. Schmeling himself was far from being a Nazi, but champion Joe Louis had a personal score to settle. Schmeling was the only man who had ever beaten him. On June 22nd, the dramatic showdown took place. Millions around the world listened to the description by NBC's Clem McCarthy.
A left hook to the jaw, and Schmeling is down. The count is 5, 6, 7, 8. The men are in the ring. The fight is over on a technical knockout. Max Schmeling is beaten in 1 round.
The knockout of Schmeling was nothing compared to the indignity Hitler suffered on the athletic fields of his own capital city. The 1936 Olympic Games were held in Berlin in an atmosphere of extreme international tension. The eyes of the world were focused as much upon the Fuhrer sitting in his box at the stadium as they were upon the athletes on the field. But all that changed when a young American black man with spring-loaded legs took his place at the starting blocks. Jesse Owens would win 4 gold medals in those Olympics and deal another blow to Hitler's theory of racial superiority. Although America's attention turned briefly to a Berlin foot race in 1936, most of us didn't want to know about all that unpleasantness in Europe. We didn't want to be bothered about the feat of the master race marching into the Rhineland in open defiance of international treaties. A Gallup poll reported that 84% of all Americans wanted to avoid any foreign entanglements. Even the British, who weren't protected by a vast ocean, seemed to look the other way. As one wag of the day put it, while the English take a weekend in the country, Hitler takes a country in a weekend. The only European conquest that Americans were really interested in 1936 was that of the King of England over a young girl from Baltimore named Wallis Warfield Simpson. The pair had apparently fallen completely in love, despite the fact that Mrs. Simpson was still a married woman. And if their affair was to end in marriage, Mrs. Simpson would have to get a divorce, and King Edward VIII would have to give up his throne. Unthinkable. A plot too bizarre for even a soap opera. But it continued to thicken. Wallis Simpson got her divorce, and on December 11th, Edward told a shocked world of his momentous decision.
2 hours ago, I discharged my last duty as king and emperor. But you must believe me when I tell you that I have found it impossible to carry the heavy burden of responsibility and to discharge my duties as king as I would wish to do, without the help and support of the woman I love.
But other European conquests involved no love at all. In Spain, a group of army officers under Francisco Franco led a revolt against the loyalist government, and another foreign war was underway. Hitler and Mussolini had now formed their Rome-Berlin axis, and the battlefields of Spain soon became the testing ground for some of their most advanced weapons and tactics. The loyalists were backed by the Soviet Union, and the world viewed the battle as a struggle between fascism and communism. In fact, it was the beginning of a struggle between fascism and the rest of the world. In 1938, Hitler invited British Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain to meet in Munich with himself and Mussolini and Air Marshal Hermann Goering. The purpose of the gathering was to give Hitler Britain's okay to take over Czechoslovakia. Hitler pleaded that he needed more Lebensraum, living space, for Germany, and he promised Chamberlain that this was his final territorial demand in Europe. Chamberlain believed him.
That all concerned will continue their efforts to solve the Czechoslovak problem peacefully, because on that turns the peace of Europe in our time.
Strangely enough, several Americans, including Charles Lindbergh, began to make their own peace with Nazi Germany. Less than a month after the sellout of Czechoslovakia, Lindbergh was in Berlin to receive the Order of the German Eagle from Hitler's number 2 man, Hermann Goering. At home, a group called the German-American Bund began rising to prominence. On February 21st, 1939, the Bund held a massive rally to honor not Hitler, but George Washington. 22,000 cheering supporters packed New York's Madison Square Garden to hear speaker after speaker denounce American Jews and praise Hitler's policies. Bund members in brown shirts with red swastika armbands carried the American flag and gave the Nazi salute before a huge picture of George Washington. Violence was inevitable. But for most Americans in this summer of 1939, the biggest concern was how to get to here or to here. One of the 2 gigantic world fairs being held in New York and San Francisco. Somehow, some way, some 70 millions of us managed to find our way to Flushing Meadow or Treasure Island during the 2-year span of the twin fairs. And what we saw was spectacular. Everything about the fairs was bigger than life and just as exciting. There were rides to scare us half to death and spectacles bigger than any show on Broadway. We got our first look at something called television, and we were fascinated by the strength and durability of a pair of stockings fashioned of a man-made fabric called nylon. But most of all, we were astounded by a look into our own futures. Here, in 1939, we were able to look with almost guaranteed certainty at what our lives would be like in that far distant year of 1960. We saw that our cities in 1960 would be composed of giant skyscrapers of curved and flowing lines, being served by 14-lane superhighways, no more rush hour traffic jams. And we were told that we would be able to fly between these magnificent cities in less than 24 hours. And if we wanted to drive, our teardrop-shaped, radio-controlled automobiles would whisk us along accident-free expressways at 100 miles an hour. Best of all, we would be able to buy one of these diesel-powered cars for about $200. And then we were brought violently back to the realities of 1939. On September 1st, while millions marveled at the fairs, Adolf Hitler once again broke his word and marched on Poland. Britain and France had pledged to Poland and had warned Hitler that if Germany ever attacked, they would go to war. But just a year before, after Hitler had been given most of Czechoslovakia, he marched in and took the rest by force, and Britain and France just watched. Hitler gambled on more appeasement from the Allies when he moved against Poland. But if it was to be war, he was ready for that, too. For 2 days, British and French diplomats held secret, frantic meetings. The rest of the world waited to see if they would finally stand up to the German dictator. Everyone waited except Hitler. He continued his onslaught against Poland's crumbling defenses. Finally, 2 days later, British Prime Minister Chamberlain announced his decision.
I am speaking to you from the Cabinet Room at 10 Downing Street. This morning, the British ambassador in Berlin handed the German government a final note, stating that unless we heard from them by 11 o'clock, that they were prepared at once to withdraw their troops from Poland, a state of war would exist between us. I have to tell you now that no such undertaking has been received, and that consequently this country is at war with Germany.
And so, less than 1 year after he promised the world peace in our time, Neville Chamberlain officially announced the beginning of World War II. A short time later, Chamberlain was to resign. His successor would be a man who believed that all of this came about as a result of Chamberlain's appeasement. His name was Winston Churchill. As the last moments of the 30s ticked away, the world had reached the brink and had in fact gone over. To be sure, America was still officially neutral, and many loud voices hoped to keep us just that way. But as we shall see on our next program, the forces already set into motion were too powerful to be stilled by the voice of any man. Until then, I'm Dick Cavett. Thank you, and good night.
The following program is a special presentation from Home Box Office.
Time Was, a nostalgic look at the events which have led us from the way we were to the way we are. Your host for Time was Dick Cavett.
Good evening. As the 1940s dawned in America, the nation stood on the brink of the most painful and the most glorious decade in its history. But for the decade's first 2 years, neither pain nor glory seemed to be on anyone's mind. For many of us, our main preoccupation seemed to be finding ways of having a good time. And we approached the task with a vengeance. Count Basie was one of those who showed us the way. Forgive me. America would be 164 years old in 1940, but compared to our neighbors in Europe and Asia, that barely made us adolescents in a world of grandfathers. And a lot of us acted out the part with enthusiasm. One more time, Count. Unlikely event that you didn't dig Count Basie, you could always swing out with someone like Jimmy Dorsey, or a dozen other big band leaders who were almost national heroes. If another kind of swing was your thing, well, you could have some fun in 1940 watching heavyweight champ Joe Louis swing out against the likes of Billy Conn. Watch Joe DiMaggio and his friends swing for the fences in Yankee Stadium. With hits like this in 1941, Joltin' Joe would bring his consecutive game hitting streak to 56, a record that has yet to be matched. Yes, sir, there was a lot of fun to be had in America in those first 2 years of the 40s. And if you didn't understand baseball, there was always someone to explain the game.
I say, who's on first? What's on second? I don't know who's on third.
Yeah, you know the fellas' names?
Yes.
Well, who's on first?
Yes.
I mean the fellow's name?
Yes.
I mean the guy playing first?
Who?
The fellow playing first?
Who?
The first baseman?
Who?
The guy playing first?
Who is on first?
Well, what are you asking me for?
I'm not asking you, I'm telling you. Who is on first?
I'm asking you who's on first.
That's the man's name.
Well, go ahead and tell me.
That's the man's name.
That's whose name?
Yes.
Well, go ahead and tell me.
Who?
The guy on first base.
Who?
The fellow playing first.
Look, who is on first?
Have you got a first baseman?
Yes.
Who's playing there?
Yes.
Maybe we were all trying too hard to have a good time in those days, because a lot of what we read in the papers and saw in the newsreels didn't look like much fun at all. Maybe deep down we sensed that we had to be drawn in, that our national childhood was about to come to a violent end. While American teenagers were learning to jitterbug, the well-trained, well-armed youth of Adolf Hitler's Germany were sweeping across Western Europe in a lightning attack they called the Blitzkrieg. In just a few weeks, they captured Denmark, Norway, Holland, and Belgium, and were now deep inside of France. Nazi soldiers marched through the streets of Paris. A few days later, France surrendered. The Battle of Britain was about to begin, and once again, the words of Winston Churchill became weapons as telling as a division of riflemen.
Upon this battle depends the survival of Christian civilization. Upon it depends our own British life and the long continuity of our institutions and our empire. Let us, therefore, brace ourselves to our duties, and so bear ourselves that if the British Empire and its Commonwealth last for 1,000 years, men will still say, this was their finest hour.
It was. Hitler knew that in order to send a massive invasion fleet across the Channel, he first had to have control of the skies. He ordered Goering's Luftwaffe to wipe out the RAF, and the air marshal said he could do it in a few days. He began by trying to bomb every RAF airfield into rubble, and he almost succeeded. But the young pilots of the RAF and their Hurricanes and Spitfires proved to be a surprising match for the experienced German Luftwaffe. Stunned by mounting losses, Hitler ordered Goering to switch targets from the airfields to the terror bombing of London itself. It was a fatal mistake. Despite some 50,000 civilian casualties, London held firm. The Blitz of London became a symbol of heroic resistance, reported to the people of America by CBS radio correspondent Edward R. Murrow.
This is London. For reasons of national as well as personal security, I am unable to tell you the exact location from which I'm speaking. Off to my left, far away in the distance, I can see just that faint, red, angry snap of anti-aircraft bursts against the steel blue sky. Now you'll hear two bursts a little nearer in a moment. There they are.
Reports like those from Ed Murrow, coupled with those wartime newsreels seen in every neighborhood theater, began to have an effect on the American people. And the fall of France, plus increased Japanese aggression in the Pacific, finally moved Congress into action. It passed a Selective Service Act, and President Roosevelt promptly signed it into law. He called it America's answer to Hitlerism. These men were the vanguard, the first of the 15 million Americans who would become members of the armed forces during the next 5 years. They soon became known as GIs, for government issue.
This is the GI Jive, man alive. It starts with the bugler blowing reveille over your bed when you arrive. Jack, that's the GI Jive. Roodle-de-toot, jump in your suit, make a salute. Voot! After you wash and dress, more or less, you go get your breakfast in a beautiful little cafe they call the Mess. Jack, when you convalesce, out of your seat, into the street, make with the feet. Reach!
The first draftees received an even more serious shock when it came time to learn how to use their weapons. Many received wooden sticks instead of rifles. Cannon and mortars were simulated by tree trunks. They sometimes had to throw raw eggs and bags of flour for hand grenade training. In 1940, the U.S. Army was ranked 17th in size, below that of Poland, which Hitler overran in 27 days. While American draftees were training with broom-handled rifles, the Japanese High Command was working out the final details on what was to be the most successful surprise attack in military history, the bombing of Pearl Harbor. Actually, the attack had been in the planning stages for over 10 years, but Japan's civilian leadership had kept it from becoming a reality. Then, in October 1941, the civilian premier was forced to resign, and General Hideki Tojo took over. Tojo represented the military faction that felt war against the United States was necessary, and his power was virtually absolute. Not even Emperor Hirohito dared oppose fire-breathing General Tojo. The 31-ship Japanese attack fleet set sail for Pearl Harbor. There was really no reason for the attack to come as a surprise. By the first days of December, broken code messages, plus other intelligence, made it clear that an attack would come, probably by sea, and probably on December 7th. We still didn't know where, but for years, Pearl Harbor had been considered a most likely target. Some 40 years later, We still don't really know why, despite all the warnings, the bulk of our Pacific fleet sat like empty bombing targets in the Hawaiian sunrise on that fateful Sunday morning. The Japanese were just as surprised as we were. When the first wave of attack planes took off from the decks of the 6 aircraft carriers in their fleet, most of the pilots thought they had little chance of returning alive. The Japanese admirals expected fully 1/3 of their fleet to be destroyed by an American counterattack. As it turned out, the 31 ships would escape untouched. We never even knew where they were. And we never even knew what hit us. They came in 3 waves, the first hitting at 5 minutes before 8 a.m. The surprise was complete. A single radar warning was ignored. Anti-aircraft guns were unmanned. We had no reconnaissance planes in the air, and nearly 1/2 of the ship's officers were on shore. At the Army's Hickam Airfield, P-40 fighter planes had been placed in tight groups as a defense against sabotage. They couldn't get into the air and became sitting targets for the Japanese bombers. It all happened in less than 2 hours. Before 10 a.m., the proud backbone of America's Pacific Fleet lay sunk or burning in Pearl Harbor. 7 mighty battleships, 6 destroyers and cruisers, and 300 valuable airplanes, all lost or damaged. And, most shocking of all, the bodies of some 2,400 American servicemen lay scattered amidst the burning ruins. The cost to the Japanese was fewer than 100 men and 29 planes.
Yesterday, December 7th, 1941, a date which will live in infamy. The United States of America was suddenly and deliberately attacked by naval and air forces of the Empire of Japan.
Let's remember Pearl Harbor as we did the Alamo.
Ironically for the Japanese, their great victory carried with it the seeds of their own defeat. The shock of the sneak attack mobilized America overnight with a single-minded will for revenge. Unlike the wars that would follow, World War II brought Americans together as nothing else has before or since. There were no doubts, no protests. America was right, and Hitler and Mussolini and Tojo were evil. Open patriotism was not ridiculed, and war songs were sweeping the country.
I have to slap the dirty little Jap, and Uncle Sam's the guy who can do it. We'll skin that streak of yellow from the sneaky little fella.
The songs were not always in the best of taste, but the message was clear. America was on the march.
He was dead. We've got to slap the dirty little Jap.
Unfortunately, our first counterattack against the Japanese came on the wrong side of the Pacific. Within weeks after Pearl Harbor, the 127,000 Japanese Americans who lived on the Pacific coast were taken from their homes and put into camps inland. Almost all of them were American citizens. That didn't bother America's Western Defense Commander, Lieutenant General John DeWitt. As DeWitt put it, a Jap's a Jap. It makes no difference whether he's an American or not. The internments were later called the worst single wholesale violation of civil liberties of American citizens in our history. In 1943, some 17,000 young men were allowed to leave the camps to join the Army. One regiment alone, fighting in Italy, won 3,600 Purple Hearts with 500 oak leaf clusters, 810 Bronze Stars, 342 Silver Stars, 47 Distinguished Service Crosses, and 17 Legions of Merit. At the same time that the Japanese Americans were being herded into camps, the real enemy was advancing at full speed across the Philippine Islands. With virtually no planes or naval support, the American forces finally retreated to a dim, underground fortress on the island of Corregidor. Cut off and near starvation, the GIs held out for 28 days. Shortly before the surrender, General Douglas MacArthur escaped by PT boat, vowing, "I shall return." The 75,000 left behind were captured and marched to prison camps over 60 miles away. Thousands died along the way. Many of those who seemed unable to continue were buried alive by their fellow prisoners at the points of Japanese bayonets. The incident became known as the Bataan Death March. The first American invasion of the war came not against an armed enemy, but on the friendly shores of England. The first GIs arrived just weeks after Pearl Harbor, and their numbers would eventually swell to nearly 3 million. Tens of thousands of bombers and fighter planes were also stationed in Britain, and some people called this island nation the world's largest aircraft carrier. In the Pacific, meantime, the U.S. had already achieved at least some revenge for Pearl Harbor. In June of 1942, just 6 months after the sneak attack, Japan's Fleet Admiral Yamamoto decided that time was right for a surprise attack on Midway Island, a key American base. Instead, it was the Japanese who were surprised. Yamamoto didn't know that the U.S. had broken Japan's secret naval code, just as it had the diplomatic code before Pearl Harbor. Admiral Chester Nimitz, America's Pacific commander, used the code to learn when the Japanese aircraft carriers were refueling the bulk of their 300 planes. When the planes were grounded, Nimitz struck. Decisive victory, one of the greatest in the history of naval combat. In 3 days of fighting, the Japanese lost 4 aircraft carriers and all their planes. The U.S. lost 1 carrier and 150 planes, not all of them in the air. The Japanese defeat at Midway led to the strategy known as island hopping, the costly practice of invading one island after another, leading toward the Japanese homeland. The first came at Guadalcanal. On August 7, 1942, thousands of U.S. Marines stormed the beaches of Guadalcanal, some of them armed with single-shot Springfield rifles made before World War I. Outnumbered and outsupplied, the Marines held on heroically through mass charges called banzai attacks, combined with naval shelling and air attack. In addition to the Japanese, the men were hit by malaria, dysentery, and jungle rot until the number of sick outnumbered the battle casualties. No man could leave the battle lines unless his temperature rose above 102 degrees. For 6 months, the battle raged, no quarter given by either side. Finally, thousands of American troops reinforced the exhausted Marines, and the Japanese were finally beaten. Nearly 2,000 Americans died on the small island, but the Japanese lost 24,000 of their toughest fighting men. The victories at Midway and Guadalcanal turned the tide in the Pacific, but years of bitter fighting still lay ahead. And the real fight against Hitler and Mussolini was yet to begin. The world knew that the drives toward Berlin and Tokyo would not be possible without massive amounts of weapons and supplies. And almost overnight, the U.S. fulfilled President Roosevelt's promise of making his nation the arsenal of democracy. America let itself go, and the results were like nothing before seen in the history of the world. Production effort was so astounding that statistics seem almost meaningless. But consider these: 300,000 warplanes, 100,000 warships, 20 million rifles, and 44 billion, that's billion, rounds of ammunition. 66 million Americans were now working, and nearly 6 million were women. The ladies in the war plants soon had a new nickname.
All the day long, where the rain or shine, she's a part of the assembly line. She's making history, working for victory. Rosie, the riveter, when they gave her a production knee, she was as proud as a girl could be. There's something true about red, white, and blue about Rosie, the riveter. Rosie, 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 the riveter, on the assembly line.
A lot of women had a hard time spending all those dollars they were making, but somehow they made do. When nylon stockings became scarce, some ladies came up with this appealing alternative. And nylons weren't the only dainty unmentionables that women were forced to give up for the war effort.
Well, here it is, Uncle Sam.
As a kid, I never did know what Uncle Sam actually did with these things. Is it possible he used these at the Battle of the Bulge? Whatever it was, it seemed to give some people a sense of participation. By 1943, practically everything was rationed or impossible to find. And for a nation that lived on its wheels, the hardest blow was gasoline. With the basic A sticker, you could buy 3 gallons a week. Essential war workers could get more with a B sticker. And some people, like doctors, they still made house calls in those days, could get even more with a coveted C sticker. Just about every kind of food was also rationed, in a system so complicated that it was almost more tempting to fast than to eat. Each kind of food was given a certain point value, and consumers were issued books of ration stamps worth various numbers of points.
Baby, 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 what's wrong with Uncle Sam? He's cut out on my sugar, now he's messing with my ham. I got the ration blue, blue as I can be. Oh, me, I've got those ration blues.
And the hardships went a lot deeper than a shortage of coffee. Most families of servicemen hung a small flag bearing a blue star in their windows to indicate that a son or husband was in uniform. As the war went on, many of the blue stars would change to gold, representing a man who died in service. It wasn't only men who were in uniform. The Army formed the Women's Army Corps, and the girls immediately became known as WACs. The Navy formed its own auxiliary, and the women it attracted were called Waves. The Coast Guard did the same, and its women were called Spars. Even the Marines joined in. The women Marines never had an official nickname, they were just women Marines. But the rank-and-file leathernecks could never let it go at that. They called their ladies BAMs, which stood lovingly for Broad-Assed Marines. By war's end, over 200,000 American women were in uniform. Among the 15 million men and women in uniform were several of Hollywood's top stars. Major Clark Gable flew combat missions over Europe, and Tyrone Power, Douglas Fairbanks Jr., Jimmy Stewart, Robert Taylor, and Jackie Coogan were among those who served. Major Glenn Miller, whose music still brings back wartime memories to an entire generation, was one of those who never returned. Several stars not in uniform also served. Many spent months every year touring the nation at their own expense, selling war bonds. And the task was not without its perils. Actress Carole Lombard died just a few days after Pearl Harbor when her plane crashed on a war bond tour. Despite a shortage of leading men, movies became almost a necessity for the morale of our GIs. The government officially named the business an essential industry, and Hollywood responded by cranking out nearly 1,000 films during the war years. Hollywood's portrayal of combat rarely reflected the real thing, but even seasoned veterans couldn't seem to get enough, especially when the battles were being fought by heroes like John Wayne. The GIs get enough of Hollywood's version of the girls they left behind. The women back home may not have liked the thought of their men mooning over the likes of Betty Grable or Rita Hayworth or Veronica Lake or Dorothy Lamour or Jeannie Crane. What's the matter? Don't you know there's a war on?
I left my heart at the stage door canteen.
Many of the GIs fortunate enough to pass through Hollywood or New York were able to see their dream girls in real life. At the stage door and Hollywood canteens, the top stars of the movies and Broadway entertained hundreds of servicemen every night. Some stars would act as bartenders or waiters, while others washed dishes or took out the garbage. And the men could dance and talk with some of Hollywood's most beautiful stars, and be entertained by some of the biggest names in show business.
Boy without a heart has 2 strikes on him from the start, and my heart's at the stage door canteen.
Many entertainers became famous during the war years, but no one reached the pinnacle of success achieved by a skinny kid from New Jersey named Francis Albert Sinatra. Unable to serve because of a punctured eardrum, Sinatra quit his job as a band singer with Tommy Dorsey and set out on his own. He was an overnight sensation. One young girl who missed her breakfast and lunch while waiting in line to get into Sinatra's first performance swooned loudly and collapsed halfway through his opening number. Other girls in the audience thought the swoon was for Frankie, and they joined in on their own. From then on, his fame was assured, and they called him the Voice. Sinatra's basic fans were the teenage girls we then called Bobby Soxers, and whenever he sang, you could barely hear the voice of the Voice. Sinatra was often criticized for not making overseas tours for servicemen, but his records were heard by GIs everywhere. His velvet-toned love ballads became a symbol of home to millions of Americans around the world.
We present Frank Sinatra.
stars, like Ann Sheridan, visits to bases at home and overseas became almost a way of life. Comedian Joey Brown continued to entertain the troops even after his own son was killed in action. Mickey Rooney, Edward G. Robinson, Edgar Bergen, Red Skelton, Ray Bolger, and of course, Bob Machine Gun Hope were everywhere.
Don't tell me you didn't get that. That almost got me.
The GIs were the toughest audience in the world, but also the best.
How about Mr. Jerry Colonna, rider? Oh, thanks to all you men dressed in khaki. You may think that I'm a bit wacky. Why don't you get back in the sacky? There's room for two. Your nose and you. What do you want to hear? Huh? What is that, the bumblebee? You couldn't have stayed home today. I mean, you had to be in there. I like those orchestra leaders. You always start out like this. Looks like you're asking the horse how old he is. Huh? Get this, wait a minute. Oh, God, that's beautiful. Ready?
Despite brief moments like these, 100 deadly battles still lay ahead. In the Pacific, the fighting was as bloody as ever, but the tide of battle had clearly turned.
Goodbye, Mama, I'm off to Yokohama for the red, white, and blue, my country and you. Goodbye, Mama, I'm off to Yokohama just to teach all those Japs. The Yanks are no saps, a million fighting sons of Uncle Sam, if you please. We'll have all those Japs right down on their Japanese. So goodbye, Mama, I'm off to Yokohama for my country, my flag, and you.
Late in 1944, General Douglas MacArthur was finally able to make good on his promise to return to the Philippines, which the Japanese had forced him to abandon over 2 years before. After giving the photographers and newsreel men plenty of time to set up their cameras, MacArthur finally waded ashore. At the same time, the Japanese began a new operation against the now vastly more powerful U.S. Navy. Young, barely trained pilots were strapped into airplanes for one-way suicide flights against American ships. Before taking off, the young men celebrated their own funerals. Called kamikazes, divine wind, the planes were fueled with just enough gas to reach their targets. And those targets were the biggest and most powerful ships in the U.S. Pacific Fleet. destruction wreaked by the kamikaze pilots was staggering. 36 ships were sunk, and another 400 damaged. The human wreckage was even greater. 10,000 American sailors became casualties, half of them killed. But the desperation suicide attacks were unable to slow the American advance. By the late spring of 1944, the island of Britain was almost beginning to sag under the weight of American servicemen and their millions of tons of equipment. General Dwight D. Eisenhower, the Allies' supreme commander in Europe, was ready to make his move against Hitler's Fortress Europe. And it came at dawn on June 6th, D-Day, the beginning of what Eisenhower called the Great Crusade.
I have complete confidence that the soldiers, sailors, and airmen, and all the civil populations of the United Nations will demonstrate once and for all that an aroused democracy is the most formidable fighting machine that can be devised.
It was the greatest armada ever assembled by man, and it hit the beaches of Normandy with a terrible force. But the resistance by the French German defenders was amazingly strong. Despite their overwhelming superiority in the air, the Allies could not gain much more than a beachhead in more than a month of fighting. By mid-July, however, the Allies had landed over 1 million men in France, and under Generals Omar Bradley and George Patton, the breakout finally came. In mid-December, the German army launched its last major offensive of the war. Striking near the town of Bastogne in Belgium, the Nazis almost succeeded in forcing a major American retreat. But the surrounded GIs held firm, and fresh reinforcements finally ended the breakthrough. It was called the Battle of the Bulge. In February of 1945, while the Allies continued their march toward Berlin, FDR, Winston Churchill, and Joseph Stalin met at Yalta. They agreed to divide Germany into 4 occupation zones and to set up some basic rules for the formation of the United Nations. But Americans were shocked when newsreels of the meeting were shown back home. The president's body seemed frail and wasted. His eyes ringed with dark, deep circles. The war was taking its toll. 8 weeks later, Franklin Delano Roosevelt became another wartime casualty. The man who led America from the depths of its greatest depression to the brink of its greatest victory died in Warm Springs, Georgia, on the morning of April 12th. Arthur Godfrey described the funeral procession through the streets of Washington.
The drums are wrapped in black crape and are muffled, as you can hear. And the pace of the musicians is so slow. And behind them, these are Navy boys. And now just coming past the Treasury, I can see the horses drawing the caisson. And most generally, folks having as tough a time as I am trying to see it. And behind us is the car bearing the man on whose shoulders now falls the terrific burdens and responsibilities that were handled so well by the man to whose body we're paying our last respects now. God bless him, President Truman.
The task of guiding the wartime nation now fell to an almost unknown American, Harry S. Truman. But we soon learned that Harry Truman was a real president indeed, and he was about to make one of the most agonizing decisions in the history of the world. But first, the war in Europe would finally come to an end. Hitler took his own life in an underground bunker, and the resistance came to an end. 155,000 Americans died in the march across Europe. The Russian army lost 8 million men. The Nazis were defeated, but the memories of the horrors they spawned might live forever. As the Allied forces moved into the German homeland, they uncovered the concentration camps Hitler had used to reach what he called the final solution to the Jewish problem. 6 million men, women, and children had been murdered in places like Dachau and Buchenwald and Auschwitz. Generals Eisenhower and Bradley and Patton were shocked by the sight, and they ordered German civilians living nearby to march through the camps. Soldiers who had lived with violent death for years became sickened as they discovered the immensity of Hitler's atrocities. The Allies arrived too late, even for some of the living. They were in such weakened condition that the death rate at some liberated camps ran as high as 300 persons a day. With Germany defeated, America now turned its full attention toward the defeat of Japan. And the new president soon learned that he had at his command the top secret weapon that could do the job. On July 16th, in the remote desert of New Mexico, American scientists exploded the first atomic bomb. Technically, the test was a success, but the results showed just how little even our most brilliant scientists understood about the terrible forces they had unleashed. They had estimated that the blast would erupt with a force equal to 500 tons of TNT. The actual explosion was 40 times more powerful. Equaling 20,000 tons of TNT, the bomb sent a mushroom cloud towering 41,000 feet over the desert floor. It was higher than Mount Everest, the world's tallest mountain. The atomic age had begun with an awesome miscalculation. Aware of the bomb's massive power, Truman was hesitant to use it. But he was warned that the conventional war against Japan might cost another 1 million American lives. A demonstration bombing off the coast of Japan was suggested, but we only had 2 A-bombs, and if the test failed, it would take a year to make another. One of the first things Harry Truman did when he moved into the Oval Office was to place this sign on his desk. May I?
We're all waiting.
The buck stops here. And now, just a few weeks later, the humorous little slogan had taken on a terrifying reality. President Truman faced his decision. On Sunday, August 5th, an unassembled atomic bomb was placed aboard a B-29 superfortress called the Enola Gay on a Pacific island called Tinian. Assembled, the bomb would be 2 feet in diameter and 10 feet long. The deadly uranium-235 heart of the bomb weighed only 22 pounds, but it would be surrounded by 4.5 tons of shielding and ballast. August 6th, 1945. Navy Captain William S. Parsons worked on putting the bomb together while the B-29 was en route to Japan. Parsons has to be one of the unsung heroes of the war. Until 2 days before, he had never seen or even heard of an atomic bomb. A little after 8 a.m., Colonel Paul Tippett approached his target, Hiroshima. The crew put on the dark welder's goggles they'd been trained to wear, even though they weren't really sure why. At 8:16 a.m., the bomb was dropped. Suddenly, shockingly, the crew understood. The mushroom cloud rose even higher than the one over New Mexico. When the Enola Gay was 300 miles away, it was still clearly visible. 66,000 were killed instantly. Thousands of others, victims of radiation, would continue to die for years to come. 4 square miles of Hiroshima at ground zero were vaporized. All this from a hunk of explosive the size and weight of a single Thanksgiving Day turkey. 3 days later, a second atomic bomb was dropped on Nagasaki, killing 40,000 more Japanese. 6 days after that, on August 15th, Emperor Hirohito overruled his warlords who wanted to fight to the death and announced Japan's unconditional surrender. World War II was over, and America went wild.
It's gonna be
the day when the boys have all come home to stay,
and the million bands begin to play. We'll be dancing the big people cry.
and when we've lit
And when we've lit the torch of liberty
in these flagged
out land across the sea, when a man can proudly say I'm free, we'll be dancing the big people cry.
and we will give a mighty cheer.
When a ration book is just a souvenir,
And we'll heave a mighty sigh.
when each gal can kiss the boy she kissed goodbye, and they'll come marching down Fifth Avenue, United Nations in review. When this lovely dream has all come true, we'll be dancing the big people cry. We'll be dancing the big people cry.
Suddenly, for the first time in over a decade, the whole world was at peace. And just as suddenly, 14 million men were coming home to make a living and to make babies. Trouble was, there was no place for them all to live. The housing shortage became a crisis. And then, led by men like William Levitt, American builders began putting up places like these. They marked the start of America's move to suburbia. The new owners tried valiantly to make their homes as individual as possible, but it was usually a losing battle. Hollywood dramatized the futility of it all in the 1948 comedy film, Mr. Blandings Builds His Dream House.
Now, this is the paper we're going to use in the hall. It's flowered, but I don't want the ceiling to match any of the colors of the flower.
No.
There's some little dots in the background, and it's these dots I want you to match. Not the little greenish dot near the hollyhock leaf,
No.
but the little bluish dot between the rosebud and the delphinium blossom. Is that clear?
Uh-huh.
Now, the kitchen's to be white. Not a cold, antiseptic hospital white.
No.
A little warmer, but still not to suggest any other color but white.
Uh-huh.
Now, for the powder room, in here, I want you to match this thread, and don't lose it. It's the only spool I have, and I had an awful time finding it. As you can see, it's practically an aqua red, somewhere between a healthy wine sap and an unripened Jonathan.
Uh-huh.
Oh, excuse me.
You got that, Charlie?
Red, green, blue, yellow, white.
Check.
Somehow, all the houses finally got painted and carpeted and furnished, and when it was all done, it was time for a celebration. Congratulations. Whatever color paint she got, there wasn't much doubt that before it was even dry, the first thing Mrs. Blandings would want in her new house was a little wooden box called a television set. The first sets were very small, very expensive. Several $100s for a picture that measured just 6 or 7 inches across. But for viewers, and performers too, it meant a whole new way of life.
But I want to tell you it's a great thrill to be here on this wonderful initial program of station KTL. And ladies and gentlemen, this is Bob, first commercial television broadcast hope, telling you gals who've tuned in, and I want to make this emphatic, if my face isn't handsome and debonair, please blame it on the static. Which one do I look at?
The change to television didn't always come easy. Looking and sounding as nervous as a young comic in his first audition, Bob Hope made his very first TV appearance on Los Angeles station KTLA.
Of radio and pictures. This is a little medium that Crosby invented so he can steal the money without even leaving the house.
But very soon, Milton Berle, Dave Garroway, Sid Caesar and Imogene Coca, Kukla, Fran, and Ollie,
Hey, kids, what time is it?
And Howdy Doody began to seem like old friends.
Good going, boys and girls. And now, kids, it's time for Kellogg's Rice Krispies.
For sports fans, the tube was filled with boxing and baseball, but even TV pros were shocked at the success of a dying art form called wrestling. The more outlandish the wrestlers, the more successful the program. And no one was more outlandish than a coiffured, perfumed, silk-robed apparition who called himself Gorgeous George. George's antics outraged many sports purists, but he suffered their slings and arrows for the sake of his sport and an annual paycheck of $70,000. When Mrs. Blandings got tired of TV, she could always take a peek at Dr. Alfred Kinsey's new book, Sexual Behavior in the Human Male. The Kinsey report would tell Mrs. Blandings there was a 50% chance that her husband was being unfaithful. There was also a chance that Mr. Blandings was being unfaithful to one of his old loves named Ford or Chrysler or General Motors. In 1947, he began making eyes at the new Kaiser Frazer. It was the first car to be built by a new American company in over 20 years. And the Kaiser Frazer was soon joined by a new temptress, a slinky little number with an engine in her rear end. She was called the Tucker Torpedo, and her front end was something to see also. A third headlight, called the Cyclops Eye, was attached to the grille and turned as the driver turned the steering wheel. But, as with most illicit affairs, the novelty soon wore off. And all the Mr. Blandings quickly went back to their tried and true Fords and Chevys and Plymouths. In Europe, meanwhile, the Soviet Union was being unfaithful to the agreements it had made at Yalta and Potsdam. Instead of pulling out of countries like Poland and Czechoslovakia and Hungary, they were setting up Soviet-controlled governments and increasing their troop strength. Faced with the Iron Curtain in Europe and a hostile Congress at home, most Americans seemed to blame all the world's problems on one man, President Harry Truman. One congressman, public called the president a jackass, and most Democratic fundraisers just laughed at the idea of giving him any money for a campaign in 1948. It was doubtful that Truman could even win the nomination from his own party. The 1948 Democratic Convention was torn apart by Southern delegates who stormed out to form their own party, the Dixiecrats.
My duty as president requires...
Despite the split in the Democratic Party, or perhaps because of it, Truman somehow won the nomination. But of course, everyone knew in 1948 that it didn't make much difference whom the Democrats nominated. The Republicans had nominated distinguished, well-spoken Thomas E. Dewey, and the only question in the minds of the political experts was how many votes he would win by. The November 1st issue of Life magazine ran a full-page picture of Dewey, calling him the next president. The New York Times forecast a Dewey landslide. By November 2nd, Tom Dewey had been elected the new president of the United States. By everyone, that is, except the voters. In a way, the experts were right. It wasn't even close. Truman won by over 2 million votes. Never one to take victory lying down, the jubilant Truman waved a copy of the Chicago Tribune at his victory speech. It read, "Dewey defeats Truman." The nation that gave Truman his stunning victory in 1948 was not a happy place. Fears of communist influence at home gave rise to trials such as the Alger Hiss treason case. The liberals called these investigations witch hunts, but men like Congressman Richard Nixon became heroes to the nation's conservatives. Overseas, however, the communist threat was indeed a clear and present danger. In April of 1949, as the explosive decade of the 40s was nearing its end, 1 million soldiers loyal to the communist Mao Zedong began a huge offensive against the nationalist forces of Chiang Kai-shek. It was over in less than a month, Chiang and his surviving forces retreated to the island of Taiwan, and the largest country in the world was now a communist state. Republican congressional leaders were blaming the loss of China on the Truman administration, and there was increasing talk of high-level traitors who made it all possible. While the uproar was at its peak, the nation suffered a new blow. The Russians had exploded an atomic bomb of their own. The decade of the 1940s was indeed the end of America's childhood. In 10 short years, we had become the most powerful and the most dangerous nation the Earth had ever known. And we faced an enemy almost as formidable. The way Albert Einstein saw it, if World War III were fought with atomic bombs, World War IV would be fought with rocks. And as we shall see on our next program, the 1950s would bring the world harrowingly close to putting Einstein's theory to the test. Until then, I'm Dick Cavett. Thank you, and good night.
Box office.
The following program is a special presentation from Home Box Office.
Time Was, a nostalgic look at the events which have led us from the way we were to the way we are. Your host for Time Was Dick Cavett.
Good evening. As America moved into the 1950s, some of the nation's most powerful citizens learned a lesson that would affect us all for decades to come. The lesson was almost sublime in its simplicity. Millions and millions of Americans were willing to stare for hours on end at a grainy black and white picture of a pair of hands. The hands belonged to the boss of organized crime in America, one Frank Costello. And the U.S. Senate was investigating Costello's activities, and everyone agreed that it might be interesting to put the hearings on that new toy we called television. Costello said, okay, as long as you don't show my face. What we learned about organized crime in these hearings wasn't really very startling. What we did learn was that an almost routine Senate hearing could become an enthralling national obsession when it was reflected into our homes from the screen of a magic mirror. The hearing's not really much different from this one. Had been going on in America for over 150 years, and if you read your newspaper very carefully, you might find a report on it somewhere. But now, thanks to devices like these, events would come into our homes and into our lives. Looking something like a real-life version of Guys and Dolls, the hearings introduced us to folks like Costello and Frank Erickson and a lady named Virginia Hill.
You ever get any money from Costello?
No.
And did you ever get any money from Maya Lansky?
I never got money from any of those fellas.
None of those
None
fellas.
of those fellas. None of these
of
that
them
I've been reading about, or none that I knew. They never gave me anything.
None of the Fichettes?
No.
You
I
did-
don't even speak to the... I mean, I met that Charlie once or twice. I don't even talk to him.
You don't like him?
No.
My business? I have no business. I'm in jail.
Mr. Erickson, will you state any legitimate occupation in which you ever participated?
I refuse to answer on the grounds of my intent to incriminate me.
Bearing in mind all that you have gained and received in wealth, what have you ever done for your country as a good citizen?
Well, I don't know what you what you mean by that.
Well, you're looking back over the years now to that time when you became a citizen. And now standing 20-odd years after that, you must have in your mind some things you've done that you can speak of to your credit as an American citizen. If so, what are they?
Paid my tax.
On the day that Senator Estes Kefauver opened these hearings, he was an obscure Democrat from Tennessee. Outside of his own state, in the halls of Congress, he was virtually unknown. Within a week, Kefauver's name would be a household word. Within 18 months, he would be a leading contender for the Democratic nomination for President of the United States. The lesson was not lost. The medium was the message. Soon, virtually every politician in the land began to realize that a TV cable was really an umbilical cord leading to the hearts and minds of Americans. And what better place to test our new electronic muscles than the National Political Conventions? In 1948, television was just too bulky to cover much more than the speeches, but in 1952, it was everywhere. On the floor with the delegates, on the podium with the politicians, on the streets outside. The spectacle was viewed by 70 million Americans, one person out of every two in the country. And that, of course, included the candidates themselves and their closest advisors. To make things easier for TV, both parties met in Chicago, with the Republicans going first. Singing a song called I Like Ike, the GOP chose Dwight David Eisenhower to be their candidate. And as his running mate, Ike chose California Senator Richard Nixon, a man Ike described as a young and vigorous fighter of communism. The Democrats, denying the bid of Estes Kefauver, chose Illinois' Adlai Stevenson. Stevenson was just too intellectual, too witty, and apparently too bald for America's taste in the 1950s. One of his critics called him an egghead, and the word has become a part of American slang. Before Eisenhower could win, however, running mate Nixon had to overcome charges that he had received a secret slush fund of $18,000 from a special interest group of California millionaires. Nixon's main campaign tactic had been to attack the Democrats on charges of corruption. When Nixon was hit with the same charges, Ike was urged to drop him for a new candidate. Ike wavered a bit, and then said Nixon could stay on if he could prove himself to be clean as a hound's tooth. Nixon was one of the first politicians to understand the awesome power of television, and he met Eisenhower's challenge by making a nationwide appeal for sympathy. It was one of the most memorable moments in television history.
Honestly, out. I should say this, that Pat doesn't have a mink coat. But she does have a respectable Republican cloth coat. And I always tell her that she'd look good in anything. One other thing I probably should tell you, because if I don't, they'll probably be saying this about me, too. We did get something to give after the election. A man down in Texas heard Pat on the radio mention the fact that our two youngsters would like to have a dog. And believe it or not, the day before we left on this campaign trip, we got a message from the Union Station in Baltimore saying they had a package for us. We went down to get it. You know what it was? It was a little Cocker Spaniel dog in a crate that he'd sent all the way from Texas. Black and white, spotted. And our little girl, Tricia, the 6-year-old, named it Checker. And you know, the kids, like all kids, love the dog. And I just want to say this right now, that regardless of what they say about it, we're going to keep it. I know that you wonder whether or not I'm going to second ticket or resign. Let me say this. I don't believe that I ought to quit, because I'm not a quitter. And incidentally, Pat's not a quitter. After all, her name was Patricia Ryan, and she was born on St. Patrick's Day, and you know the Irish never quit. But the decision, my friends, is not mine. I would do nothing that would harm the possibilities of Dwight Eisenhower to become president of the United States. And for that reason, I am submitting to the Republican National Committee tonight through this television broadcast the decision which it is theirs to make. Let them decide whether my position on the ticket will help or hurt. And I'm going to ask you to help them decide. Wire and write the Republican National Committee whether you think I should stay on or whether I should get off. And whatever their decision is, I will abide by it.
All those in favor of Nixon continuing as a candidate will say aye.
Nixon's emotional production was an unqualified success. It brought him nearly 500,000 messages of support, and that was good enough for Ike.
Knowing Dick Nixon as I do, I believe that when the facts are known to all of us, they will show that Dick Nixon would not compromise with what is right.
Embracing Nixon, Eisenhower cried out, "You're my boy." And together they marched into the White House to wage war against corruption and communism. Actually, the real war against communism had begun some 2 years earlier when Harry Truman was still president. On June 25th, 1950, the communist North Korean army invaded non-communist South Korea. The United States and the United Nations rushed in thousands of troops to stop the North Korean invasion. It was called a police action, but in reality, the United States was at war again, just 5 years after the end of World War II. In the 3 years of fighting that would follow, another 55,000 Americans would die on the battlefield. At times, however, the war on the battlefield seemed almost tame compared to the power struggle in the American High Command. Commander-in-Chief Truman wanted to make sure the war was confined to Korea, so as not to risk a larger struggle with neighboring Red China. But Supreme Military Commander General Douglas MacArthur felt that victory could only come with an all-out attack. When the general began to publicly oppose the official U.S. policy, Truman decided once again that it was time to give him hell. The president told the general to join him for a private meeting on Wake Island in the mid-Pacific. In a secret meeting, MacArthur apologized for his public statements and promised to be a loyal soldier from now on. At the time, MacArthur's armies were marching toward the Chinese border, but he assured the president that the Chinese army would not intercede. Truman gave MacArthur a medal and left Wake Island satisfied that matters were once again under control. Just 5 days later, on October 20th, 1950, MacArthur's troops reached the Chinese border, and he let it be known that the Korean War was virtually ended. It was the worst miscalculation of his career. A few weeks later, on the day after Thanksgiving, 300,000 Chinese troops launched a murderous assault on the American forces. Suffering terrible losses, the outnumbered U.S. troops were forced to fall back across the frozen hills and valleys of Korea. Time magazine called it the worst defeat the U.S. has ever suffered. Once again, MacArthur publicly blamed the stalemate on Truman's refusal to allow him to bomb the Chinese mainland. This time, there would be no meeting. On April 11, 1951, Truman relieved MacArthur of his command and ordered him to return home. The move was political dynamite. Flags flew at half-staff, and a Gallup poll showed that 69% of the people favored MacArthur, while only 29% backed the president. Senator Joseph McCarthy called Truman a son of a bitch and said the firing was proof that Soviet agents had control of the Truman administration. A Senate committee would later decide that Truman had indeed done the right thing. But for the moment, the day belonged to the general. Before a joint session of Congress, General of the Army Douglas MacArthur made one of the most dramatic speeches in American history.
Which proclaimed most proudly that old soldiers never die. They just fade away. And like the old soldier of that ballad, I now close my military career and just fade away. An old soldier who tried to do his duty as God gave him the light to see that duty. Goodbye.
MacArthur faded away, indeed, right into the board of directors of the Sperry Rand Corporation, and the war in Korea would fade away into a stalemate. But the war against communists at home, both real and imagined, would flare up into one of America's most troubled periods.
And it's not a point of order. The council says it's not a point of order.
Oh, be quiet. Mr. Chairman.
I haven't the slightest intention of being quiet.
Chairman, do I have the floor?
The council is running this committee, and you're not running it.
Do I have the floor? The chair has the floor. Mr. Jones is endeavoring to determine whether or not Senator McCarthy is speaking to a point of order.
Joseph R. McCarthy, a little-known Republican senator from Wisconsin, rose overnight to national prominence by claiming he had the names of hundreds of American communists who were working for the State Department. He would later be assisted by a young New York attorney, Roy Cohn. At that time, in 1950, it seems that millions of Americans wanted to believe McCarthy. And in the next 5 years, he would continue to gain support as he progressed from waving phony letters in the air to calling both President Truman and President Eisenhower traitors to their country. In the end, McCarthy would finally be censured by the Senate and die shortly thereafter from the effects of alcoholism. But for 5 years, he would lead a virtual reign of political terror. Using doctored photographs, imaginary evidence, and the Senate's immunity from prosecution for slander, McCarthy became so powerful, even President Eisenhower would not challenge him in public. And then, late in 1953, McCarthy finally went too far. He accused the United States Army of coddling communists.
And is found aiding the Communist Party, he will be exposed. The fact that he might be a general places him in no special class as far as I am concerned.
For Commander-in-Chief Dwight David Eisenhower, this was too much. And the stage was set for one of the most dramatic Senate hearings in the nation's history. On April 22nd, 1954, with the help of television, 20 million Americans were about to see how the mighty can fall. The hearings were centered on charges that McCarthy's chief aide, the young and confident Roy Cohn, had tried to blackmail the Army into giving a commission to another McCarthy staff member, G. David Schein. Schein had been drafted as a private, and Cohn was accused of making the threat that he and McCarthy would wreck the Army if Schein was not made an officer immediately. At first, McCarthy used his usual tactics and seemed to score an easy victory over Army Secretary Robert Stevens.
Now, were you telling the truth then, Mr. Secretary? Well, this is no laughing matter. We asked you then who prepared these charges.
Certainly it's not.
And I don't know. Now, when I ask you whether you were telling the truth, you grin and smirk and laugh. This is too serious to be a laughing matter, Mr. Secretary. The question is, were you telling the truth when you said, I don't know who decided to prepare it?
But then, McCarthy faced the Army's counterattack. 63-year-old Joseph Welch, a lifelong Republican and a soft-spoken intellectual, was the Army's chief counsel.
A photograph in respect to which I charge that what was offered in evidence yesterday was an altered, shamefully cut down picture so that somebody could say to Stevens, were you not photographed alone with David Schein, when the truth is he was photographed in a group.
Seeing he was in trouble, McCarthy fought back in his usual style. He accused a young lawyer on Welch's staff of being pro-communist. For McCarthy, it was a fatal mistake.
As early as 1944.
Let us not assassinate this lad further, Senator. You've done enough. Have you no sense of decency, sir? At long last, have you left no sense of decency? Mr. McCarthy, I will not discuss this further with you. You have sat within 6 feet of me and could have asked me about Fred Fisher. I will not discuss it further. I will not ask Mr. Cohn any more witnesses. You, Mr. Chairman, may, if you will, call the next witness.
Are there any questions to come from the members of the club?
By way of television, the full impact of Joseph McCarthy's personality was finally understood by millions of Americans, and what they saw repelled them. Taking its lead from the public's reaction, the Senate, led by Stuart Symington, finally overcame its fear of McCarthy.
Take the oath so we can get the answers to some questions. You're not fooling anyone at all.
Senator,
I'm sure of that.
Senator, let me tell you something. The chair believes that the American people have had a look at you for 6 weeks. You're not fooling anyone either.
And the Potter.
By the time the hearings were over, McCarthy's power had come to an end. Although McCarthy was never able to uncover even one certified communist at home, the threat from communism overseas seemed real indeed. For years, France had been fighting to preserve an outpost of its empire called Indochina. Later, we were to call the place Vietnam. In 7 years of war, the French were barely able to hold their own against the forces of an obscure communist named Ho Chi Minh. In March of 1954, the climactic battle of that war came in a town called Dien Bien Phu, not far from Indochina's capital city, Hanoi. In a terrible battle that lasted 56 days, Ho Chi Minh destroyed the heart of the French army. France would lose its taste for the Indochina War after Dien Bien Phu, but most Americans, if they thought about it at all, were only mildly concerned. Neither were most of us concerned about what was happening in Cuba to the government of Fulgencio Batista. Batista was probably the most murderous and corrupt dictator in all of Latin America, and just about everyone seemed to be rooting for a bearded giant named Fidel Castro and his band of rebels in Cuba's Sierra Maestra jungles. Eating in the field with his troops and training with their regular weapons, Fidel became a folk hero to his followers. Backed up by his brother Raul and his chief aide Che Guevara, Castro finally defeated Batista by the end of 1958. Most Americans were delighted when the ragtag rebels marched into Havana and threw Batista out. A few weeks later, in fact, Fidel was given a hero's welcome to the United States. Never changing from his uniform of army fatigues, Castro was wined and dined by top American officials. He assured leading senators that his movement had nothing to do with communism, and everyone went away happy. A few months later, the smiles disappeared. First, Castro began to execute his enemies in a reign of terror that equaled Batista's. Then he recognized Red China and called the U.S. a vulture feeding on humanity. Nikita Khrushchev and other Red leaders were welcomed to Havana, and suddenly the threat of communism seemed real and near. Even before Castro, the U.S. was taking a firm stand against the spread of communism. John Foster Dulles, Eisenhower's Secretary of State, was soon using words like brinksmanship and massive retaliation in response to communist threats. Despite his fearsome phrases, Dulles was personally a mild-mannered, middle-aged man, one hardly likely to steal the heart of a new young comedienne of the 50s, Miss Carol Burnett.
I made a fool of myself over John Foster Dulles. Oh, I made a chump of myself over John Foster Dulles. I dream, for we never could marry. Still my heart ripped apart at the seam for our state secretary. The next time I saw him, he was flying to Spain. He waved to someone as he boarded the plane. Was it me, cried my heart, and then I went insane, and I made a fool of myself over John Foster Dulles.
Most of the world, however, was more concerned that John Foster Dulles wouldn't make a fool of himself over communism, because if he did, the consequences could be catastrophic.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
On November 1st, 1952, the United States exploded the world's first hydrogen bomb. And some experts said it made the first atomic bomb seem like a firecracker. Unlike the first A-bomb, the force of the explosion was badly underestimated by the nuclear scientists. The H-bomb was set off on a mile-wide island in the Pacific. When the smoke finally cleared, the island was gone. The heat generated by the blast was 5 times greater than that at the center of the sun. 9 months later, the Russians gave birth to their own H-bomb. So while the world's politicians exchanged only angry words, the scientists changed the balance of power into a balance of terror. Ironically, science was able to bring an end to another kind of terror in the decade of the 50s, infantile paralysis. Year after year, upwards of 20,000 Americans died or became crippled for life by the terrible disease. And then came Dr. Jonas Salk and the miracle polio vaccine he developed at the University of Pittsburgh. Within 3 years of its introduction in 1954, the Salk vaccine had cut the polio rate by 80%. But for the majority of Americans in the 1950s, things like the H-bomb and polio vaccine were only esoteric oddities. The real science of the decade was giving us things that made our lives better every day, things we could hold and hear and see and even wear. Things like business suits we could wash in a hotel room bathtub, and transistor radios to give us music wherever we go, and picture-in-a-minute cameras, and FM stereo, and automatic transmissions, and a crew-cut cowboy called the Marlboro Man, and something called Milltown, which was something called a tranquilizer, which was something that helped us live with all the other gifts science had bestowed upon us. It all proved something to us that we really knew all along anyway. Nobody in the world could duplicate the feats of American technology. Good old Yankee ingenuity just couldn't be topped. On October 4th, 1957, it was. The Russians called it Sputnik, and we called it a national disgrace. The world's first man-made Earth satellite had been launched into orbit by the Soviet Union, and Americans reacted with shame and humiliation. Sputnik only weighed 184 pounds, and it wasn't much bigger than a basketball, but at the time, it seemed to glow brighter than the sun. In the days following Sputnik, while American politicians and generals and scientists ran around blaming each other for our embarrassment, the Russians did it again. Just 4 weeks after launching their first satellite, the Soviets put Sputnik 2 into orbit, and that was a real doozy. Sputnik 2 weighed over half a ton. It carried all sorts of advanced electronic gear, and as a bit of icing on its cosmic cake, it even carried a live passenger, a little puppy dog named Laika. Spasibo. America's own satellite program, called Project Vanguard, was about a year away from being ready. But after the smashing success of Sputnik 2, all stops were pulled out. And just a month later, the Vanguard scientists said they were ready. It was Cape Canaveral's first big moment. While millions of Americans watched on television, hundreds of foreign dignitaries and newsmen were on hand at the Florida launch site to view the event in person. The three-stage black and silver Vanguard rocket carried a grapefruit-sized satellite that weighed less than 5 pounds. Not very impressive compared to the Sputniks, but at least we'd be up there with them. There were several delays for minor technical difficulties, but by 1:45 on the afternoon of December 6, 1957, all was ready. The rocket was fired, and America was finally on its way into orbit. Well, as they used to say in the 50s, back to the old drawing board. Vanguard 1 got 3 feet off the ground, and America's space-age morale was even lower than that. It had not been the first of our failures.
Again, this couldn't happen again. This is that once in a lifetime. This is the thrill divine. What's more, this never happened before, but never, never again.
Finally, in January of 1958, we made it into orbit. An 18-pound satellite called Explorer lifted off from the hastily repaired launch pad at Cape Canaveral, and the U.S. was in the space race at last. By decade's end, we would catch the Russians in space spectaculars and even move ahead. But for a while, Yankee ingenuity had faced its darkest hour. On the other hand, American technology was not without its triumphs in the 50s either. When it came to three-dimensional movies, for example, the Russians were left on the launch pad. Wearing special plastic eyeglasses, moviegoers were able to see, in living 3D, wild animals and horrible villains seemingly leap at them right from the screen. When some filmmakers expressed doubts that people would wear special glasses just to see a movie, one Hollywood executive had a ready answer. If you give them what they want to see, he insisted, they'll wear toilet seats around their necks. It turned out that the executive was wrong, but his remark, like the 3D films he was referring to, was born out of a special desperation. In the 1950s, Hollywood was in deep trouble. Television was doing just what movie executives had feared, keeping people at home by the millions. One answer to TV might have been superior dramatic movies. Instead, Hollywood fell back on an old reliable dictum. If it's bigger, it has to be better. They told us that movies are better than ever, and to prove it, they displayed their Technicolor wares on huge screens with fancy names. CinemaScope, they called it, or VistaVision, or a half-dozen other names for what was a widescreen projection. For some reason, it seemed to work. Movies in the 50s were hardly better than ever, but the novelty of a huge screen drew enough customers away from the novelty of their small screens to keep the industry alive. The 50s was the decade of the UFO, the unidentified flying object, and the number of sightings would run into the thousands.
This is a photograph of a flying saucer taken by myself, and it reminded me of 2 straw hats stuck together at the brim.
I saw an intensely bright, white-green object in the sky at about 45 or 50 degrees off the horizon.
Unlike the politics of the day, the UFOs and things like the imaginary dangers of nuclear fallout were issues Hollywood could meet head-on. And they did it with a vengeance. Nobody in Hollywood's nuclear research laboratories wanted to examine the real dangers of atomic fallout. But imagine if a little radiation fell on a tiny spider and then, well, you get the idea. Of course, it wasn't just spiders that suffered. Everything from giant, yucky blobs to giant hungry dinosaurs had movie extras running for their lives for most of the decade.
It was a one-eyed, one-horned, flying purple people eater. One-eyed, one-horned, flying purple people eater. One-eyed, one-horned, flying purple people eater. Sure looks strange to me. I said, Mr. Purple People Eater, what's your line? He said, eating purple people, and it sure is fine. But that's not the reason that I came to land.
I want to get a job in a rock and roll band.
Well, bless my soul, rock and roll, flying purple people eater. Pigeon-toed, underclothed, flying purple people eater. Friendly little people eater, what a sight to see.
Hollywood not only gave us giant screens and giant reptiles in the 50s, they also gave us movie theaters as big as all outdoors. The owners called them drive-ins, the trade papers called them soft tops, the kids called them passion pits, preachers called them immoral, and everybody called them successful. And there was no one those teenagers idolized more in the 50s than a sad-eyed actor named James Dean. In his biggest hit, Rebel Without a Cause, Dean played an adolescent who refused to conform to adult rules.
You're tearing me apart!
What?
You say one thing, he says another, and everybody changes back again!
I really mean it.
It seemed that every teenager in America could identify with him, and Dean was soon the hottest name in Hollywood. His personal success was short-lived. In 1955, Dean died in a flaming wreck of his speeding sports car. But the revolt he symbolized would continue to grow, and Dean himself would become a legend, a symbol for 2 generations of American youth. But the greatest symbol of all in the 1950s was a blonde girl born and raised on the streets of Hollywood. Her parents called her Norma Jean Baker. But from the day in 1954, when she first appeared as Playboy magazine's centerfold, the world called her Marilyn.
Oh, yeah.
From the moment she first appeared on the screen, playing opposite, of all people, Groucho Marx, Marilyn Monroe became the greatest sex symbol in the history of films.
Is there anything I can do for you? What a ridiculous statement.
Mr. Grenion, I want you to help me.
I have a little sand left. What seems to be the trouble?
Some men are following me.
Really? I can't understand why.
Her career and her life would end with the decade. But in just those 10 years, her films would gross a staggering $200 million.
Good night, honey.
Marilyn exuded an open sexuality that was almost too much for the 50s to handle. And her storybook marriage to another all-American hero, Joe DiMaggio, seemed like something out of one of her movies. Like her other 2 marriages, it couldn't last. Marilyn Monroe, as a real-life person or as an international image, was too much woman to belong to any one man. Unlike Marilyn, most American women in the 50s were delighted to belong to one man, and they were delighted with their new house in the suburbs, and their kids, and their kitchens, and their shopping centers, and their PTAs. It was the birth of suburbia.
There's a green one, and a pink one, and a blue one, and a yellow one, and they're all made out of ticky-tacky, and they all look just the same.
Between 1945 and 1955, the number of cars in America doubled, from 25 million to 50 million. And the styles ran the gamut from the sublime to the ridiculous. In the mid-50s, for example, American automakers came forth with a pair of classics that they have yet to equal. The Ford Thunderbird and the new Chevy Corvette. Unfortunately, the Vet and the T-Bird were exceptions. For some reason, the automakers seemed to agree with the movie makers that bigger just had to be better. And thus the 50s begat some of the biggest, ugliest contraptions that ever linked gearbox to drive shaft. Just about every designer in Detroit seemed to feel that beauty meant huge pointed fins adorned with circles or diamonds or rectangles of chrome. During the war, tin fish meant torpedo. But in the 50s, it meant a huge, roaring whale guzzling gas on the freeway at the rate of something like 8 miles to the gallon. What the hell? Gas was cheap and there was plenty of it. And there was plenty of optimism in the auto business. In fact, the people at Ford felt it was finally time to unveil a secret weapon that had been on the drawing boards for nearly 10 years. They called it the Edsel. but perhaps the turkeys would have been more accurate. In a time of cars that looked like fish, the Edsel was a fowl that cost Ford over $400 million, $1958. And in the 3 years they were on the market, Edsels accounted for less than 1% of all new car sales. They were so unpopular that police in many cities said they weren't even being stolen. Ironically, an Edsel today can sell for up to 5 times its original $4,000 cost. What price nostalgia. The Edsel looked a little different from its competitors, and that may have been its fatal flaw. In the 1950s, the word was conformity, in homes and dress and manners and morals. Even on that supposed breeding ground of free thought and expression, the college campus, being different was definitely out. From Berkeley to Columbia, and everywhere in between, there came not a hint of the violent protest that was about to emerge in the following decade. While their professors fought for their very lives against the inroads of McCarthyism, students earned themselves the nickname the Silent Generation. Whenever a mob of them did get together, it was usually to see how many pies they could throw, or pianos they could wreck. Or how long they could spin in a washing machine. For the less agile among us, there were other fads. Thousands of women, for example, seemed to believe they looked beautiful in a close-cropped hairdo called a poodle cut. Most men, however, were more impressed by a body-tight fashion fad called a tube dress, or those contour-hugging pants called short shorts. And who could fail to be impressed by huge, floppy-brimmed hats that by some magic of design could be converted into purses? Or by an erotic, exotic design creation called the peekaboo dress. Yes, sir, there was something for everyone in the 50s. Fly off into space, me? Don't be silly, my dear. That's just for those Mongols from Russia. Not to be outdone, the men in the 50s came up with a fashion fad of their own, Bermuda shorts. Suddenly, on warm, summery days, thousands of pairs of hairy legs and bony knees were making unashamed appearances in stores and offices across the country. And the way men talked in those offices became a fad all its own. Starting in advertising agencies here on New York's Madison Avenue, and quickly spreading from Mad Ave to Hollywood's Sunset Boulevard, it soon became a national pastime to take a new idea and run it up the flagpole to see if anyone salutes it, or open a can of worms to see how they wiggle. Advertising-wise, that made champion sense before a package was finalized. A lot of cash money in the 50s was spent on watching the heroics of a young baseball player named Willie Mays. Starting with the New York Giants in 1951, Willie moved with the team to San Francisco in '58. During the decade, he developed into perhaps the greatest all-around player in baseball history. Willie started slow, missing fly balls and getting just one hit in his first 27 times at bat. But as the fans began to write him off, Willie began to find the range.
Got eyes like an eagle, watching the sky. It just ain't legal how he snags a fly. The minute they hit it, he's coming on to grab that ball when it's almost gone. Say hey, Willie Mays.
While baseball and credit cards and panty raids seemed to be preoccupying most of Middle America, a strange stirring was being felt by the nation's teenagers. One day, it seems that the kids' fathers and mothers and big brothers turned around and noticed that the teenagers were suddenly becoming, horror of horrors, different. As a matter of fact, a whole new teenage subculture was beginning to develop. It carried with it the seeds of a rebellion that in the next decade would alter the course of American history. But in the 1950s, most adults would laugh it off as a passing phase. While the teenagers succeeded in becoming different from their parents, conformity within their own ranks was still a must. Ducktail haircuts, leather jackets, and tight Levi's with rolled cuffs became the uniform of the day for the boys. For the girls, it was pedal pushers, ponytails, and penny loafers. If it was too warm for the leather jacket, the summer uniform could be worn. A tight t-shirt with the sleeves rolled up to the shoulder. More often than not, the rolled-up sleeve doubled as a carrying case for a pack of Camels. The styles were copied from the dress of teenage gangs that had begun to spring up in the slums of New York and Chicago and Los Angeles. But their dress was worse than their bite. In the 1950s, less than 1% of the nation's serious crimes were attributed to teenagers. While parents and teachers often shouted in anger about the teenage lifestyle, businessmen soon realized that the affluent youngsters were a ready-made market for their goods and services. Hollywood was soon grinding out a whole spate of films for the teenage audience. They ranged in quality from Marlon Brando in The Wild One to Michael Landon in something called I Was a Teenage Werewolf. Teenagers responded by becoming 53% of the entire movie audience. But it seems that nothing was as important as a simple little thing we had always taken for granted, the sound of music. In the late 40s and early 50s, while millions of white middle-class Americans deserted the cities for the suburbs, their places were filled by equal numbers of black Americans migrating into northern cities from farms in the South. And they brought with them their own kind of sensual music called rhythm and blues. Before long, musicians like Fats Domino were playing rhythm and blues on so-called Negro radio stations in the big cities, and by simply twisting a dial, millions of white listeners were able to hear a sound that, to them, was new.
That, how'd this rock and roll all get started, anyway? Well, what they call rock and roll now is rhythm and blues. I've been playing for 15 years in New Orleans.
Most of the new fans were teenagers, and they liked what they heard. Trouble was, nobody in the business was aware of what was happening. Enter Alan Freed, a disc jockey who specialized in classical music on a Cleveland radio station. At a record store one day, Freed noticed that dozens of white kids were buying rhythm and blues records. It gave Freed an idea, and he persuaded his bosses to go along. The result was this.
Hello, everybody. How y'all tonight? This is Alan Freed, the old king of the Moondoggers, and it's time again for another of your favorite rock and roll sessions as you enjoy the Moondog Show.
Life could be a dream if I could take you up in paradise up above.
The name rock and roll soon came to symbolize a revolution that affected more than just music. A group called the Crew Cuts sang a song called Shaboom, and history was made.
If only all my precious plans would come true. If you would let me spend my whole life loving you, life could be a dream, sweetheart.
1, 2, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, rock.
And the next year, in 1955, a rock and roll song was the #1 bestseller for the first time. Bill Haley's version of Rock Around the Clock was a true musical breakthrough. And then came Elvis. Starting with Heartbreak Hotel and following quickly with Hound Dog, Don't Be Cruel, and All Shook Up, Elvis Presley's fantastic popularity ensured that rock and roll would live on. His musical style was the perfect combination of country and rhythm, and his physical style was something rarely seen outside of a sleazy Memphis roadhouse. His movements were openly sexual and provocative, and the controversy he touched off split the country as bitterly as did McCarthyism. But instead of liberal against conservative, it was parent against child, a split even more emotional than politics. Most adults, backed by mainstream newspapers and magazines, saw Elvis as a threat to the very moral fiber of America. He was called vulgar, a leering sex maniac, and a nightmare. And the more the parents complained, the more their children rebelled. And the rebellion spread to more areas than just music. Many observers believe that the seemingly unimportant controversy over the way a song was sung became the seed that would blossom into the violent uprisings of the next decade. Reaction against rock and roll was not without its racial overtones.
The obscenity and vulgarity of the rock and roll music is obviously a means by which the white man and his children can be driven to the level with the nigger.
We've set up a 20-man committee to do away with this vulgar, animalistic, nigger rock and roll bop. Our committee will check with the restaurant owners and the cafes to see what bebop records is on their machine and then ask them to do away with them. I got a gal who's always late.
Ironically, one of the worst victims was a performer who never sang a rock and roll song in his life.
But I love her.
His name was Nat King Cole.
Yes, I love her.
Early in 1956, Cole was beaten up by a gang of white men as he performed in Birmingham. The White Citizens Council there had just begun a campaign against what it called Negro music. At the time of his attack, Cole was singing a mainstream ballad from France called Autumn Leaves. The attack on Nat King Cole was only one in a growing number of racial incidents that were to mar the 1950s. Since 1896, the nation's public schools could be legally segregated under a Supreme Court decision calling for separate but equal facilities. And right up to the mid-50s, 17 states and the District of Columbia not only permitted segregated schools, they had laws that required them. On May 17, 1954, separate but equal came to an end. In his first major decision as Chief Justice, Earl Warren's Supreme Court ruled unanimously that all public schools must be integrated with all deliberate speed. Many Southern parents responded by putting their children in all-white private schools, so-called segregation academies. Others in the North and the South put up billboards calling for the impeachment of Earl Warren. Still others reacted with violence. Shortly after the decision, a black woman named Autherine Lucy decided to enroll at the University of Alabama. For 3 days, she tried to pass through unruly crowds to reach the registrar's office. Her car was repeatedly attacked and stoned. Finally, she succeeded. Her registration was only a token gesture. The school's trustees immediately suspended her for what they termed her own safety. In December of 1955, an even more significant incident occurred in Alabama. Mrs. Rosa Parks refused to sit in the Negro section at the back of a Montgomery bus. She was arrested and fined $10. The incident might have passed unnoticed except for the anger of an unknown 26-year-old Montgomery clergyman named Martin Luther King. Realizing that 75% of the bus company's patrons were black, King organized a boycott that would last for a year.
Let me urge you to be sane and rational. Eventually, segregation in public transportation will pass away. Eventually.
Shortly after it began, King was arrested and fined $1,000. But the boycott continued. During its course, the eyes of the nation and the world became focused on the conflict. King became a figure of international importance, and he won his first major civil rights victory when the Supreme Court finally ruled that segregated buses were unconstitutional. In the fall of 1957, the decade's racial strife would reach its peak. Central High School, Little Rock, Arkansas. Governor Orville Faubus calls out the National Guard to keep 9 black youngsters from registering in the all-white school. Schools in other Arkansas cities were integrating peacefully that day, but Faubus said he had to keep the blacks out of the Little Rock school in order to avoid violence. He would later be accused of creating an incident where none would otherwise have occurred in order to help himself politically with Arkansas segregationists. For 3 weeks, Arkansas guardsmen and Little Rock police kept the 9 students from entering the school, and Faubus' prediction of violence became self-fulfilling. The pressure was now on President Eisenhower to enforce the Supreme Court's integration orders. Reluctantly, Eisenhower called in troops of the regular U.S. Army, and the nation was shocked by the rare sight of armed U.S. soldiers facing American civilians. The troops were from the 101st Airborne Division, one of the Army's toughest combat-ready units. They approached their task in Little Rock with steely-eyed determination. Following the initial clashes, the way was soon clear for the black students to enter Central High. Scenes of the crisis were brought by television to the entire nation, and the message was clear. The federal government would use all the force necessary to implement the Supreme Court's orders. By the time of the Little Rock crisis, it was clear that television had become a major political and social force in American life. In 1947, there were 10,000 TV sets in the United States, and in 1957, there were over 40 million. But despite television's special ability to cover the news, there was really only one reason for those 40 million sets, and that was entertainment. Beginning in 1952, I Love Lucy became the nation's favorite TV pastime. Phil Silvers, as Sergeant Bilko, was able to convince millions of Americans each week that life in the Army could actually be fun. And Jack Webb in Dragnet, with his Code 3's and 211's and Just the Facts, Ma'am, gave a whole new image to the word cop.
Do you provide a service?
What's My Line, which would run for over 17 years, led the way for dozens of popular quiz shows, and some of the quiz shows would lead the way to a national scandal. The richest of all the TV quiz shows was a program called 21. Winners would win literal fortunes by continuing to answer harder and harder questions. Perhaps the most popular of all contestants was a young, handsome English instructor from Columbia University, Charles Van Doren. Part of a well-known literary family, Van Doren would squirm each week in a soundproof isolation booth as he agonized over the answers to increasingly difficult questions. 25 million viewers would agonize along with him. Finally, Van Doren won an all-time record payoff of $138,000. A short time after his triumph, it was revealed that the show was a fix. Van Doren and other contestants had been given the answers in advance. It grew into such a national scandal that Congress finally investigated the whole quiz show situation.
For each program, the producer would ask me the questions. I usually could answer them. Even when I could answer them, however, he would say that my answers were not entertaining, not interesting enough. And he would tell me then what manner to answer these questions. If I couldn't answer the questions, he would say, go look them up, if there was time.
It turned out that several other quiz shows were also fixed. And for a time, TV quiz programs almost dropped from sight.
So it went for 14 weeks.
But the popularity of television in general continued to increase, and by decade's end, the average American worker spent 40 hours each week on his job and 50 hours each week watching TV. For that reason and others, it was called a national opiate, a national disgrace. To many observers, the United States seemed to be a nation under the influence of some lethargy-inducing drug for the entire decade of the 50s, a do-nothing decade for a silent generation. But in reality, it was a time of great change and movement. And even if they did nothing else, the events of the 50s led us directly to the brink of the most agonizing decade the nation had faced since the Civil War. We'll examine that decade on our next program when we look at America and the 60s. Until then, I'm Dick Cavett. Thank you, and good night.
All this and more in July on HBO.
How many times during the month do you repeat a program?
Now that HBO is on 24 hours a day, we play most programs a number of times on about 7 different dates within a 30-day period. This gives you and all of our HBO subscribers plenty of chances to see a particular program at a convenient time. It also lets you preview a program to see if it's right for other members of your family.
Enjoy 24-hour-a-day entertainment here on HBO.
The following program is a special presentation from Home Box Office.
Time Was, a nostalgic look at the events which have led us from the way we were to the way we are. Your host for Time Was Dick Cavett.
Good evening. It was a divided and often disillusioned America that dragged itself kicking and screaming out of the violence of the 60s and into the unknown of the 70s. At the time, we had no hint that we were about to face the most painful upheaval in the Republic's history. What we did know was that the 1970s would bring us face to face with our 200th birthday as a nation. 2 centuries of plenty and poverty, triumph and tragedy, pride and shame. And somehow, despite the rockets' red glare and the bombs bursting in air, somehow our flag was still there. The flag, in fact, was everywhere. July 4th, 1976, America was throwing itself a 3,000-mile wide birthday party that we called the Bicentennial.
I'm a Yankee Doodle Dandy, a Yankee Doodle do or die. A real live nephew of my Uncle Sam, born on the 4th of July. I've got a Yankee Doodle sweetheart, she's my Yankee Doodle joy. Yankee Doodle waits too long to just to ride the floor.
all too brief moment, rock-ribbed conservatives and left-leaning liberals stood side by side to honor their nation's birthday. A fleet of tall-masted sailing ships from every port in the world sailed into New York Harbor in honor of America's bicentennial. In big cities or in small towns, it doesn't take much of an excuse for Americans to whip up a parade. And on that 4th of July, in 1976, we never had a better reason. After 2 long centuries, just what kind of a nation were we? In terms of pure statistics, the founding fathers would have been flabbergasted. There were some 214,723,850 of us on that July 4th. And nearly half were under age 25. We would eat 160 million eggs for breakfast that morning, pour 75 million quarts of milk, over 4,500 tons of dry breakfast cereal. Later in the day, we would feast on 43,200,000 hot dogs and, understandably, we'd also spend $33 million on various medicines. The next morning, 88 million of us would go off to our regular jobs and turn out nearly $5 billion worth of goods and services. The federal government would take in $10 million that day, but it would pay out $12 million. And after 200 years of that sort of thing, we had run up a national debt of $634,702 million. But another set of numbers in the early 1970s told us more about ourselves than all those other figures combined. Each day, some 85 American families would receive a telegram informing them that one of their members had died in a place called Vietnam. Despite the urgings of some politicians and most military leaders, it was a war that Americans just didn't want anymore. And sometimes the battles at home were almost as violent as those in Vietnam. May 4th, 1970, Kent State University, Kent, Ohio. Some 1,000 students begin an anti-war protest. As campus protests went in those days, it was fairly routine, usually a job for local police. But Ohio Governor James Rhodes, who is running for U.S. Senator in the next day's Republican primary election, calls out his National Guard. No one admits giving the order to shoot, but suddenly the guardsmen begin firing their M1 rifles indiscriminately into the rock-throwing crowd. 13 students are hit, 4 of them killed. The guardsmen make no attempt to give medical aid to their victims. The scenes from Kent State spread across the nation and became a symbol of the student protest. The Powder Keg campus at the University of California at Berkeley quickly exploded, just as it had in the late 1960s. The split between America's youth and some of their elders flared into violence during a patriotic parade in New York City. Hundreds of construction workers, wearing their hard hats and carrying flags, lost their cool after being heckled by shouting students. For President Nixon, the pressure to settle matters one way or the other was building to the danger point. In March 1970, after a White House screening of the movie Patton, Nixon made his decision. He would try to outflank the Viet Cong by invading the neutral nation of Cambodia.
This is the decision I have made. In cooperation with the armed forces of South Vietnam, attacks are being launched this week to clean out major enemy sanctuaries on the Cambodian-Vietnam border. This is not an invasion of Cambodia. The areas in which these attacks will be launched are completely occupied and controlled by North Vietnamese forces. Our purpose is not to occupy the areas. Once enemy forces are driven out of these sanctuaries, and once their military supplies are destroyed, we will withdraw.
Militarily, the move was unsuccessful. And the failure was compounded by an angry reaction at home. Protesting the invasion of Cambodia and the war in general, some 100,000 students invaded Washington and stormed the White House. Scores of buses were parked bumper to bumper around the building to form a protective barrier against the angry protesters. At first, Nixon called the students bums, but then tried to patch things up by visiting the sleeping students in a pre-dawn surprise visit to their headquarters at the Lincoln Memorial. It didn't work. The war and the protests continued. Early in the election year of 1972, Nixon made another dramatic move. After nearly a quarter century of being America's most outspoken critic of communist China, Nixon became the first American chief executive ever to visit the mainland of China. The settings were magnificent, and when Americans saw the historic pictures of their president walking along the ancient Great Wall of China with that country's communist leaders, the conflicts at home and in Vietnam seemed, at least for the moment, to fade into the background. The China visit was such a popular success that within 90 days, Nixon was once again visiting a communist capital, the Kremlin in Moscow. Both the China and Russia trips were preceded by secret visits from Nixon's chief foreign advisor, Henry Kissinger. A master of what was termed shuttle diplomacy, Kissinger spent the greater part of his public life flying from nation to nation and hemisphere to hemisphere in what seemed to be a frenzied blur of motion. At times, he seemed to be in 2 or 3 places at once, everywhere from Shangri-La to Kathmandu.
I think I'm going to Kathmandu. That's really, really where I'm going to. If I ever get out of here, that's where I'm going to do. Kathmandu, I think it's really where I'm going to. If I ever get out of here, I'm going to Kathmandu.
While Henry Kissinger was up in the air, Richard Nixon and his closest advisors had their feet planted firmly on the ground as they planned the final details for the upcoming 1972 presidential elections. The Democrats were in their usual state of disarray, and even before they picked their official candidate, their chances of defeating Nixon were slim and none. But men like John Mitchell, Bob Haldeman, and John Ehrlichman didn't like even those odds. They wanted nothing less than a sure thing. They formed a group called the Committee to Re-elect the President, affectionately known as CREEP, to make sure that everything went just right. What they did instead was to plant the seeds that would blossom into the worst political scandal in American history. It was a plot far more bizarre than anything ever dreamed up for a Hollywood movie or a Broadway play. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. On the night of June 17th, 1972, the musical Fiddler on the Roof had its 3,225th performance. And that made it the longest-running musical show in Broadway history. And while the cast was taking its curtain calls, a far less talented group was caught fiddling on the 6th floor of an office building a couple of 100 miles to the south. The Democratic National Committee had its headquarters in the Watergate office building on the banks of the polluted Potomac. While patrolling the dark building that night, an alert security guard named Frank Wills spotted a piece of tape holding open the lock to the door of the Democrats' offices. Wills called the Washington police, who quickly surprised the 5 intruders inside. The suspects, led by James McCord, were caught red-handed with cameras, sophisticated electronic bugging devices, and $2,300 in bills with consecutive serial numbers. It would later be known that the men and their money had come directly from Creek, despite a massive cover-up operation that began almost at once. 2 days after the break-in, Nixon's press secretary, Ron Ziegler, called the incident a third-rate burglary. But in the back rooms of Creep, plans were already underway to pay the third-rate burglars the first of a nearly $500,000 in a futile effort to buy their silence. And 2 weeks after that, John Mitchell quit as Nixon's campaign manager. Only a few months before, Mitchell had resigned as Attorney General of the United States to take on the Nixon campaign job. Mitchell said he was quitting for personal reasons, and at first, most people believed it.
If you've read the newspapers, you will recognize that I had an ultimatum from my bride, and I haven't...
Mitchell was having marital problems with his outspoken wife, Martha. At the time, it seemed that she was a much bigger headache for him than that silly little burglary.
No, I'll tell them. I'll tell them all. And you know what they're going to do. They'll probably end up killing me. But I depend on you, the press, to protect me and my husband.
The president, meantime, began to intensify his campaign for re-election. And the Watergate affair became an almost forgotten incident. The main issue was still Vietnam, and Nixon met it head-on. In a small Ohio town, Nixon sought out the family of a boy killed in the war.
How are you?
Mr. and Mrs. Lawrence Carroll.
Your son?
Yes.
Lost in Vietnam. What year was he lost?
69. He was with the 26th, I think. Yes, the infantry.
The infantry. Where did he serve? What, do you know what
with the
part?
25th, the 2nd and
25th?
12th. He was over by Coochie, by Trang Bang.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, I know Trang Bang.
You know where he's...
I've been there. I've been there.
Yes.
I've been to that place, yes.
He was with the 2nd and 12th of the 25th.
Fine, they're fine. Yeah, I was in there quite often, and I went up to see where the Army was, and I seen the Marines, Penang, and all the rest, and they were wonderful men, all of them.
Well,
we owe a great debt to your son.
Thank you.
And to all of them like him. And you're his father. You have children? Oh, did you serve too?
No, I didn't.
Yeah. Well, where are your children? Well, wonderful.
This is his brother, younger brother.
Isn't it wonderful that you have these other children? Isn't that great, and your grandchildren? I'd like to we'll send you a little note when we get back, and you can have if you'd like. In the meantime, I have a pen here
My little
for you.
granddaughter.
Now, let's see. Where's the girl? Oh, we got to see the girls. My goodness. How are you? And this is your daughter?
That's my daughter-in-law.
Your daughter-in-law. Married to you. Right. Good. Well, how are you, sweetie? So glad to see you. Well, you know what your son did. What it's all about is about her.
I know.
And about him.
I know why.
Right? And he knows. And he knew it too, didn't he?
Yes.
These are the pens we use to sign the bills. And I thought here are 3 of them, and you raffle them off among the family.
Thank you.
I wish I had enough for all.
Give them to my other 2 sons.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
The election campaign itself would not be without its own casualties either.
That taxes and holds the country together has been ignored, except on election day.
On May 15th, Alabama Governor George Wallace was stumping for the Democratic nomination at a Laurel, Maryland shopping center. Suddenly, a man named Arthur Bremer stepped from the crowd and fired at nearly point-blank range into Wallace's stomach. Wallace would recover, but the injuries paralyzed him from the waist down. His long and controversial political career would come to a virtual end.
5 1/2.
But the campaign went on.
Senator Muskie, 30 1/2 votes for Senator Scoop Jackson, and 119 votes for the next president
the Democrats finally chose George McGovern and Thomas Eagleton as a virtual sacrifice to the overwhelming popularity of Richard Nixon. On August 22nd, Nixon and Spiro Agnew were routinely renominated by the Republicans, and a week later the confident president decided to clear up the nagging question of Watergate once and for all. He announced that White House Attorney John Dean had conducted a thorough investigation of the incident, which showed that no one in the Nixon administration was involved in any way.
I had no prior knowledge of the Watergate break-in.
What really hurts, Mr. Nixon added, is if you try to cover it up.
Cover-up activities.
Later, John Dean would testify that the first time he had even heard of the investigation he supposedly conducted was when the president made his announcement. The campaign goes on. Watergate never really catches fire as an issue, but two unknown reporters for the Washington Post keep on digging. On October 10th, Carl Bernstein and Bob Woodward dropped their bombshell. In effect, they call the president a liar. They report that the Watergate break-in was part of a massive political spying and espionage campaign conducted by White House officials and other high-ranking Republicans. The names Woodward and Bernstein were on their way toward becoming household words. But at first, even the most astute observers had some trouble in identifying them. Which one of you is Carl Bernstein?
That's me.
Okay. And you must be? Bob Woodward. You're Bob Woodward. What now was the... You know, I've lost track of where this all started, and I think maybe a lot of people have. Can you remember the first moment when you knew there was something?
A call at 8:30 in the morning on Saturday, June 17th, by my boss saying 5 men had been arrested in the Watergate, the Democrats' headquarters, with sophisticated photographic and electronic equipment. Said, start to work on it.
A few days after their first report, Woodward and Bernstein write that Nixon's closest advisor, Bob Haldeman, is one of those authorized to make payments from a secret White House political espionage fund. But even these dramatic revelations are not enough to stem the Nixon tide. A week later, he and Agnew are reelected in a massive landslide. They win 49 states, with only Massachusetts going for McGovern. Woodward and Bernstein continue their digging, aided by a still-secret White House source known only as Deep Throat.
Obviously, we don't answer who our sources are, and we will go to any length to protect the confidentiality of our sources.
And federal judge John J. Sirica, handling the trial of the Watergate burglars, says he is not satisfied that the whole Watergate story has been told.
I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States. So help me God. So help me God.
On January 20th, 1973, Nixon is inaugurated for his second term, and the public still seems delighted with its choice. A Gallup poll puts his popularity at its highest ever point of 68%. Just 2 weeks later, the victory would begin to sour. Headed by Sam Ervin of North Carolina, a Senate committee is formed to investigate Watergate and related offenses. The Senate vote to form the committee was 70-0. The news was not good for Nixon. But at almost the same time, the first of the remaining 24,000 U.S. troops in Vietnam begin their journey home. America's involvement in its longest and most unpopular war, a war that cost 50,000 American lives in 10 years, is finally coming to an end. The public gives much of the credit to Richard Nixon. And the president's popularity is further enhanced when the first of some 600 American prisoners of war return home for joyous reunions with their families.
Good morning, yesterday. You wake up and time has slipped away, and suddenly it's hard to find the memories you left.
Some of the men had suffered through 7 or 8 years of brutal treatment in Vietnamese prison camps.
Of your life.
Politics aside, the return of the POWs was one of the most bittersweet moments in American history. On May 17, 1973, the end begins for Richard Nixon. The Senate opens its public Watergate hearings, the most dramatic in Senate history. Chairman Sam Ervin plays his role with magnificent understatement.
I'm sort of a country lawyer myself.
But his sharp questioning and keen insight soon belie his modest words. The televised hearings are seen by millions of Americans, and the cast of characters ranges from simple burglars.
Let me ask you this. How would you have prevented someone from picking up the envelope that you left on the counter in Howard Johnson's with $29,900 in cash?
I would certainly grab it out of the fellow's hands, and that would be the end of that.
Last I can't resist saying that you provided us all with at least a half a dozen titles, books or novels.
Well, that was not my intent, Senator. It was just to present it as it happened.
You know, the whole...
I will pay for it, that's for sure. The newspapers will have a ball with this one.
Who thought you up? I mean, who first?
To some of the most powerful men in the world.
I told him that there was a cancer growing on the presidency, and if the cancer was not removed, the president himself would be killed by it. I also told him that it was important that this cancer be removed immediately because it was growing more deadly every day.
The president wanted very much to make sure that a thing like this could not happen again.
It occurred to me that the best thing to do is just to keep the lid on it through the election.
Despite the reluctance of many key figures to reveal too much information, Senator Ervin felt he was building a strong case against the president. But it took a little-known Nixon aide named Alexander Butterfield to finally seal the president's fate. Butterfield revealed the startling news that all of Nixon's private conversations were recorded on secret tapes.
They were installed, of course, for historical purposes, to record the president's business, and they were installed in his two offices, the Oval Office and the EOB office. Installation was installed in such a way that when the light was on Oval Office, the taping device was at least triggered. It was not operating, but it was triggered. It was spring-loaded, if you will. And then it was voice actuated. And the taping picked up all conversation or all noise.
The existence of the tapes was not known to anyone other than the limited people that Mr. Butterfield identified. And it was not contemplated, I don't believe, that its existence would ever be known.
On October 10th, in the midst of the tape controversy, Nixon is dealt another blow. Vice President Spiro Agnew resigns after pleading no contest to charges of income tax evasion. Agnew was accused of accepting kickbacks from a contractor while he was governor of Maryland and later when he was vice president. Agnew was the Nixon administration's leading hardliner on the subject of law and order.
Radicals, incendiaries, the civil and the uncivil disobedience among our young, SDS, PLP, Weatherman 1, Weatherman 2, the Revolutionary Action Movement, Panthers, Lions, hippies, yippies, tigers alike. I'd rather swap the whole damn zoo for a single platoon of the kind of young Americans I saw in Vietnam.
Of the office on which I'm about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
House Minority Leader Gerald Ford is nominated by Nixon to replace Agnew as vice president. Ford accepts with characteristic modesty.
I'm a Ford, not a Lincoln.
The growing public protest forces Nixon to agree to give a few of the secret tapes to federal judge John Sirica. Now a new character enters the drama. Rosemary Woods has been Nixon's no-nonsense personal secretary since his days as a congressman. When Judge Sirica listens to the tapes, he finds an 18-and-a-half-minute gap in one of the most critical parts. Rosemary Woods finally says that she accidentally erased the tape while transcribing it. Experts will later testify that the gap was due to 5 individual erasures. As the year ends, Nixon faces new problems. It is revealed that while he has become a millionaire during his term in office, he has paid less than $1,000 in taxes in both 1970 and 1971. The IRS rules that the president owes nearly $500,000 in back taxes and penalties. In the polls, Nixon's popularity drops to an all-time low of 27%. He continues, however, to deny any wrongdoing.
I want to say this to the television audience. I made my mistakes, but in all of my years of public life, I have never profited from public service. I've earned every cent. And in all of my years of public life, I have never obstructed justice. And I think, too, that I can say that in my years of public life, that I welcome this kind of examination, because people have got to know whether or not their president is a crook. Well, I'm not a crook. I've earned everything I've got.
But the pressures continue to build. In a visit to New Orleans, Nixon takes out some of his frustrations on his longtime friend and press secretary, Ron Ziegler. By the spring of 1974, continuing pressures forced the White House to release some 1,200 pages of transcripts of the secret tapes.
These transcripts will show that what I have stated from the beginning to be the truth has been the truth.
Although heavily edited, the transcripts reveal in brutally frank language several discussions between the president and his highest-ranking assistants.
Now, when individuals read the entire transcript of the 21st meeting or hear the entire tape where we discussed all these options, they may reach different interpretations. But I know what I meant, and I know also what I did.
The release of the tapes follows indictments by a federal grand jury of Mitchell, Haldeman, Ehrlichman, Charles Colson, and other Nixon aides. They will all eventually serve time in federal prisons. The president himself is named an unindicted co-conspirator. In the House of Representatives, the Judiciary Committee begins hearings on Nixon's possible impeachment.
I ask, is not the violation of the solemn oath of office an impeachable offense?
On July 27th, the committee recommends by a 27-11 vote that the president be impeached for obstructing justice and other unlawful activities.
That resolution is adopted and will be reported to the House.
Nixon tries to hang on.
I have no intention whatever of walking away from the job I was elected to do.
But public and congressional sentiment is now overwhelmingly against him. Newly released tapes show that he approved the whole Watergate cover-up just 6 days after the break-in. Finally, on August 8th, Richard Nixon bows to the inevitable. He becomes the first American president ever to resign from office.
I have never been a quitter. To leave office before my term is completed is abhorrent to every instinct in my body. But as president, I must put the interests of America first. Therefore, I shall resign the presidency effective at noon tomorrow. Vice President Ford will be sworn in as president at that hour in this office.
The next day, in a highly emotional and sometimes rambling address, Nixon bids farewell to his White House staff.
People often come in and say, what'll I tell my kids? You know, they look at government and it's sort of a rugged life, and they see the mistakes that are made. They get the impression that everybody is here for the purpose of feathering his nest. That's why I made this earlier point. Not in this administration. Not one single man or woman. And I say to them, there are many fine careers. This country needs good farmers, good businessmen, good plumbers, good carpenters. I remember my old man. I think that They would have called him sort of a little man, a common man. He didn't consider himself that way. Nobody will ever write a book, probably, about my mother. Well, I guess all of you would say this about your mother. My mother was a saint. Yes, she will have no books written about her. But she was a saint. And so we leave with high hopes, in good spirit, and with deep humility, and with very much gratefulness in our hearts.
Excuse me. On August 9, 1974, Private Citizen Richard Milhouse Nixon made his farewell flight from the office of the presidency. He would return to the seclusion of his home on the beaches of Southern California to write his memoirs. Surviving a half dozen near disasters in 30 years of public life, Dick Nixon finally became a loser.
He wants to dream like a young man with the wisdom of an old man. He wants his home and security. He wants to live like a sailor at sea. Beautiful loser, where you gonna fall when you realize you just can't have it all? He's your oldest and your best friend. If you need him, he'll be there again. He's always willing to be second best. A perfect lodger, a perfect guest. Beautiful loser. Read it on the wall and realize you just can't have it all. Just can't have it all. You just can't have it all.
August 9, 1974, Gerald Ford became the 38th President of the United States, and the first ever to reach that office without a national election. One of Ford's first official acts was to pardon Nixon from any prosecution in connection with the Watergate affair.
I, Gerald R. Ford, have granted, and by these presents do grant, a full, free, and absolute pardon unto Richard Nixon.
Ford's decision touched off a great controversy, but it did bring an end to the nightmare that had haunted Nixon and the nation for over 2 years. Ford himself was soon to face some nightmares of his own. On September 5th, 1975, Ford paid a visit to Sacramento, California. As he walked toward the state capitol, a young woman with a gun lunged toward him. The gun failed to fire, and Secret Service agents quickly disarmed the woman. She was Lynette Squeaky Frome, a member of the murderous Charles Manson family of the 1960s. Just 3 weeks later, in San Francisco, another assassination attempt. And this time, the gun fired. The shot missed, and a woman identified as Sarah Jane Moore was quickly arrested and jailed. Sometimes it seemed as though Ford was trying to do to himself what the women couldn't. Somehow, Ford managed to survive his term of office. But for others in 1975, the matter of survival was far from assured. The departure of American ground forces from Vietnam left no doubt as to how the war would finally end. By the spring of '75, the South Vietnamese army was in complete disarray. By the end of April, 16 communist divisions were at the gates of Saigon. The 5,000 remaining Americans were ordered to evacuate, and panic seized the city. The final evacuation of Vietnam would bring an end to American involvement in combat, at least for the rest of the 70s. But America's fascination with war would live on through a revolution in science that brought us something called micro-miniaturized electronics. Utilizing complex electronic circuits no bigger than a dime, and things called light-emitting diodes and liquid crystal displays, Americans could fight electronic wars in the privacy of their own homes, and the casualties were virtually non-existent. Unless you count the fallen egos of people who couldn't win at these damn things any more than they could build one. The development of microelectronics led the way to the development of dozens of magical new products. With tiny hand calculators, you could add and subtract and divide and multiply in a flash, and a few million school kids began to question why they had to memorize those old-fashioned multiplication tables. On our wristwatches, flashing digits representing hours and minutes and seconds began replacing those slow-moving hands. And when someone asked you the time, you could reply with Naval Observatory-like authority, 6:28:37. We were still as late as ever for appointments. And even though we had no more to say to each other than we did in the past, a boom in tiny citizens band radios swept the nation. Truck drivers became fascinated with the gadgets, and they soon devised their own CB language. Included phrases like 10-4, good buddy, and what's your handle, and watch the Smokies. Presumably, it all meant something to somebody. With another kind of language, even less understandable, you could talk to computers. Not the block-long mechanical brains of the 50s, but foot-square goodies you could plug into a TV set and use to figure out your income tax or your payroll in a matter of seconds. The computers didn't make either any less painful to pay. And Ma Bell in the 70s told us that pretty soon we'd be able to make a phone call and see the person we were talking to. Unfortunately, the person on the other end would be able to see us, too. And with the development of tiny handheld TV cameras and recorders, we could suddenly produce our own TV programs. A few comedians joked that the homemade videotapes were better than the shows coming out of studios in New York and Hollywood. And maybe it was more than a joke. By the end of the decade, some surveys showed that the number of regular TV viewers was steadily declining. The development of portable TV equipment meant a lot more than just fun and games. To a girl called Tanya, otherwise known as Patty Hearst, a poorly focused security TV camera mounted in a San Francisco bank would provide hard evidence that she was involved in a major crime. Patty Hearst, the daughter of millionaire newspaper publisher Randolph Hearst, was kidnapped from her Berkeley apartment on February 4th, 1974. A radical group left over from the 1960s called the Symbionese Liberation Army took credit for the act. Its leader was an ex-convict named Donald DeFries. He called himself Field Marshal Sin-Q. At first, it seemed to be a relatively routine kidnapping for ransom, but the world was shocked when Patty suddenly announced from a secret hideout that she supported her abductors and had joined the SLA.
I've become conscious and can never go back to the life we led before. I've been given the name Tanya after a comrade who fought alongside Che in Bolivia. I embraced the name with the determination to continue fighting with her spirit.
Before long, Patty distributed pictures of herself as Tanya, holding a machine gun before the snake-like emblem of the SLA. In the April 1974 bank robbery, Patty seemed to be putting her gun to some serious use. With the FBI leading the way, the search for Patty Hearst almost became a national obsession. Finally, on May 17th, the FBI and police believe that they have Patty and her companions surrounded in a central Los Angeles house. Dozens of policemen converge on the house, and a violent gun battle erupts with those cornered inside. Bystanders and neighbors scurry for cover as the police try to evacuate the area.
Hey, get out of there! Come here, lady, get out of there!
Oh, no. 40 David, let's listen up, please. We're going to need your assistance.
Don't get in their way. We got movement back here. All right, watch that, watch that. I'm going to watch this thing.
The battle would rage for hours, and thousands of rounds would be fired. Fortunately, no police or bystanders were hit, but the SLA holdouts inside the house would not be as fortunate.
Come on out with your hands up!
Finally, exploding tear gas shells set the building afire. Even so, the holdouts refuse to surrender. The house burns to the ground. When the ashes are finally sifted, police find the remains of 6 SLA members, including leader DeFreeze. Patty Hearst was not there. She remains missing for over a year. Finally, 19 months after she was kidnapped, the FBI captured Patty in a San Francisco apartment house. Patty tearfully apologized to her parents, and they hired famous criminal attorney F. Lee Bailey to defend her. During her trial, Patty claimed she was brainwashed by the SLA and forced at gunpoint to take part in the bank robbery. Nonetheless, she was found guilty and served 14 months in prison. The Symbionese Liberation Army was just one of a large number of cults and groups and disciplines that seemed to blossom everywhere in the fertile climate of the 70s. Members of a group called Hare Krishna seemed to appear overnight in cities from coast to coast. A man who called himself the Maharishi attracted thousands of Americans to a discipline called transcendental meditation. Followers spent hours meditating on a secret word called a mantra. And a man who took the name Werner Erhard founded something called EST. EST members would pay hundreds of dollars to be locked up in a meeting for several hours where they learned such lessons as what is. Members of another cult would become the victims of one of America's worst tragedies. It began in 1971 when a disillusioned reverend from Indiana named Jim Jones moved to San Francisco to open what he called the People's Temple. Located near a ghetto area, the temple and Jones soon gained a positive reputation by opening drug rehabilitation centers, free clinics, and nursing homes. Before long, Jones became a respected force in San Francisco politics, delivering blocks of voters to liberal Democratic candidates and becoming chairman of the city's housing authority. Late in 1976, however, rumors began to surface that Jones was misusing the temple's funds, beating wayward members, and receiving sexual favors from several of the temple's women. A few months later, with an expose of the temple about to appear in New West magazine, Jones decided to move to a 27,000-acre tract of land he had leased in the South American jungles of Guyana. Incredibly, some 800 of his followers left San Francisco to live with Jones in the jungle. In the months to come, the revelations about Jones' wrongdoings would continue to grow, and so would the size of his Guyana following. In 1978, California Congressman Leo Ryan decided to go to Guyana for a first-hand investigation. He would be accompanied by several newsmen, including a TV crew from NBC News. The meetings with Jones were filled with tension. Finally, Ryan and the newsmen decided to leave. They drove to a small airplane waiting on a dirt runway outside the Jones compound. As they were about to board, a tractor and trailer carrying armed men pulled up nearby. As the men opened fire, NBC cameraman Bob Brown photographed his own killers. Congressman Ryan would also die, along with NBC correspondent Don Harris and 3 other victims. The world was shocked. Before Guyana authorities could reach the camp, Jones ordered his followers to commit mass suicide. Pouring gallons of cyanide into a tub of fruit punch, Jones either persuaded or forced them, men, women, and children, to drink the fatal brew. Then he shot himself. When authorities finally arrived, over 900 persons lay dead in the jungle compound. It was the greatest mass suicide since the days of the Bible. Even within the limits of the so-called establishment, the disaffection of the 70s led to movements of far-reaching importance. By decade's end, millions of American women were hopeful that the ERA, Equal Rights Amendment, would soon become a new addition to the Constitution. Such women as actress Lily Tomlin were leading the fight.
The ERA will set a clear standard, taking the onus off each woman and precluding the lonely and expensive fight to achieve simple justice.
Another fight in the 70s would erupt over something called gay rights, the rights of homosexuals to live their own lifestyle. The gay issue became a serious matter to many serious people, and parades like this were often criticized within the gay community itself. The civil rights movement in the 70s changed its focus from the South to the North, as thousands of parents in northern cities violently opposed court-ordered busing.
It's supposed to be the land of the free. This is freedom? That your kids are forced to go to a school? I don't believe it's freedom at all.
In the South, meantime, the changes were dramatic. The once racially torn state of Georgia invited black singer Ray Charles to serenade its state legislature, and one song was worth 1,000 words.
Well, now, I know Georgia. No peace I find. It's this old sweet song. Keep Georgia on my mind. Georgia's on my mind. All right. All right. Thank you. I sure appreciate it. Thank you, man.
My name is John Parker. We'll be here till 7 o'clock tonight. And our guest tonight, Democratic candidate for the presidency, Governor Jimmy Carter. We still refer to him as Governor Jimmy Carter, although he is no longer governor of Georgia.
For an obscure former governor of Georgia, the distrust of authority and politicians spawned in the 70s would become a major advantage.
Good. I'm glad. Got a free sample.
Almost from the moment Nixon was reelected in 1972, Jimmy Carter and his young advisors began to carry out a carefully orchestrated plan to make him a major presidential contender by 1976. Carter's campaign was beautifully planned and executed.
My name's Timmy. My name's Timmy. How you doing? Hi. Good to see you. Hi, Mr. Carter. How you doing? Just fine.
The final result never really seemed to be in doubt, as Carter unseated incumbent President Gerald Ford. The thrill of victory was soon to fade before the realities of world problems that had no easy solutions. Since the days of the Bible, the Middle East has been a world trouble spot, and in the 1970s, the area was as explosive as ever. It seemed that true peace would never come to the biblical battlegrounds. But in 1978, in a highlight of his career, Jimmy Carter persuades Egyptian President Anwar Sadat and Israeli Prime Minister Menachem Begin to meet with him at Camp David in the mountains of Maryland. It was the beginning of negotiations that would continue for months. Finally, at a White House ceremony, the two Middle East leaders signed a treaty for peace between their two countries. Despite the treaty, major problems still remained. And as the 1970s ended, true peace in the area was still in doubt. For another crisis with its roots in the Middle East, there seemed to be no solution at all. On October 10, 1973, the sheiks and potentates who control most of the world's oil cut off their shipments to America, and a national crisis ensued. In lines that sometimes stretched for a mile, motorists were forced to wait for hours to buy a few precious gallons of gasoline. And in 1979, for reasons still not completely clear, the gasoline crisis struck again. So-called odd and even days were established to determine when motorists could buy gas, and some places limited sales to cars with tanks that were more than half empty. Inevitably, it led to conflict.
Sir, I'm sorry for your gas. I can't give gas for you.
Why?
Over half a ton.
No, that's not accurate. It'll take
I don't know. Go fix gauge.
You're kidding me. It'll take 10 gallons.
Not 10 gallons.
Yeah, this
no more. If below half a ton, I give you gas. If not below half a ton, I
Yeah, but I'm
give
telling
gas.
you, the gauge it reads high, sir.
I don't know.
I need gas. I mean,
okay.
I got about
no,
4
you have
gallons.
gas.
No, I got 4 gallons. It's my day
Oh,
to fill up.
you have gas. I'm sorry. Or you know, go when I call to police. That's it.
Call the police for what?
Yeah, I call to police. You pay $500 fine.
The gas shortages finally seemed to end when prices shot up to as much as $1.20 a gallon. An energy crisis was upon us, but Americans still found they had plenty to use up. A craze called disco swept the nation in the mid-70s. And as the decade went out, millions of us were still dancing to fast-paced melodies lit by pulsating laser beams flashing with colors never before seen. And millions more of us believed that running for miles every day was probably the best thing we'd ever done for our bodies. And for bodies of all shapes and sizes and ages and colors, jogging became a national pastime. For some women of the 1970s, the best thing they ever did for their bodies was to put on a delightful creation called hot pants, resulting in one of the decade's more pleasant distractions. Showing off more than just your legs also became briefly fashionable in the 70s. Called streaking, the object was to try to shock your fellow citizens by running among them all together in the all-together. As the decade ended, however, streaking seemed to be declining. But on the rise in the 70s was a renewed interest in an age-old dream of man's, floating through the air in a beautiful balloon.
Would you like to ride my beautiful balloon? We could float among the stars together, you and I.
In 1978, the dream would take 3 Americans to Europe in a balloon called the Double Eagle II, making them the first men ever to cross the Atlantic in unpowered flight.
My beautiful, my beautiful.
Finally, as the decade came to its end, Americans were planning to renew their exploration of space. In rocket ships like this, called the Space Shuttle, men and women might be able to visit space stations high in orbit and then land again on Earth. The reusable spacecraft could open a whole new universe of exploration for the never-satisfied curiosity that comes with being human. And so, here we stand on the outer edge of that unknown called the 1980s. If we've learned anything at all from looking at the past 60 years, it might be that any predictions about the future would only be empty words. The cycles of good times and bad times have rolled like waves through the decades of our past. And like the crash of '29 or the youth movement of the 60s, they seem predictable only in hindsight. So while we can't even begin to guess at what time will be, we hope you've enjoyed, with us, our trip through what time was. I'm Dick Cavett. Thank you, and good night.
The video you're watching comes courtesy of Telehell, the podcast where TV meets torture. Listen at telehell.libsyn.com or wherever you stream podcasts.